Hello, check. Hello. Check. Hello. An academic by hobby and a volunteer by profession. He is a full-time volunteer at Bakul Foundation. Which he founded. Vakul Foundation tries to demonstrate the power of volunteerism and thereby inspire volunteerism through initiatives in education, environment and the arts. Output भी ठीक अच्छे ना? Monitor output समान balance है तो? हो. Thank you.
Tradition of tying seed rakhis to trees with a mission to promote a sense of brotherhood towards nature. Mangrove cleanup has been relentlessly working for protection of mangroves. To reduce the impact of plastic pollution in the mangrove ecosystem, Rahul undertakes weekly visits to Devi River mouth for cleanup and awareness activities. Mangroves have an incredible ability to capture and store carbon and can be a solution to the climate crisis, creating awareness among local communities with the help of Forest Department officials and Van Suraksha Samitis. He creates workshops on forest fires and ensures the participation of the local community to mitigate incidents of forest fires. Bapi Gochayat is on a noble mission to spread awareness towards a plastic-free Odisha. He has so far collected 1.5 tons of single-use plastic waste and sent those for recycling. He plans to continue in his green mission and plantation drives, which according to him, would definitely go a long way in reducing the carbon footprint. Sagar Kumar has been working on conservation and protection of house sparrows, peacocks, Egyptian vultures, pangolins, Asian black bears, and several bird species. Sagar and his team are actively involved in the rescue of injured birds in Barhampur Forest Division, Ganjam. Sathi Parivar led by Siddharth Pradhan has undertaken a host of activities to spread awareness on prevention of forest fires and snake bites. In order to create awareness among locals on preventing forest fires, the outfit undertook a 320 kilometers bicycle rally titled Forest Fire Prevention Bicycle Awareness Ride in March this year. Odisha Paryavaran Sanrakshan Abhiyan is a team of students and youth devoted to nature conservation, protection of olive ridley sea turtles, and mangrove forests in coastal Odisha since 2014. OPSA works on marine and mangrove habitat protection and restoration, bird and wildlife protection in summer, community networking on illegal wildlife trade. Amresh Naresh, along with his fellow climate workers, has been working relentlessly to spread awareness about a greener and more livable future since 1991. They have so far created as many as 26 Gramya or rural jungles. Amresh and his group have planted around 5 lakh saplings besides distributing over 10.5 lakh saplings free of cost.
ଗଛ ନଦୀଗାଁ ସହିତ ଏଇଟା ଆଗ ଲାଗିଲା 2014 ମସିହାରୁ ଲାଗିଲାଣି ଗଛ ଗଛ ଲାଗିଗଲା ପରେ ଭିତରେ ଆଗ୍ରହ ବହୁତ ବଢ଼ିଗଲା ଗଛ ଦେଖିଲା ପରେ ଖୁସି ଲାଗୁଛି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଭିତରେ ରହିଗଲି ସେଇଠୁ ଆମ୍ବ ପିଜୁଳି ପଣସ ଡାଳିମ୍ବ ବଢ଼ିଆଳ ଏମିତି ଔଷଧୀୟ ଗଛ ମିଶେଇ କେତେ ସବୁ ଲାଗିଛି ଆଉ ଆମର ସୁତୁଣି ନଦୀ କଥାଟା ଆମ ଗାଁ ପଟ ସାଇଡ଼୍ରେ ଯେତେ ଅଛି 100 ଆମ୍ବ ଗଛ ଆଉ ଅଁଳା 60 ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଗଛ ଅଛି ବହୁତ ଆଉ ସେଠୁ ଗଲେ ନଦୀ ଗାଁରୁ ଗଲେ ଆଶ୍ରମ ଆମର ସେଇଠି ବି ବହୁତ ଔଷଧୀୟ ଗଛ ଫଳ ବି ଗଛ ଅଛି ଭଲ ବହୁତ ଗଛ ଅଛି ଲାଗିଛି ଲଗା ହେଇଯାଇଛି ଆଉ ଗଛ ବି ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଲାଗିଛି ଗଛ ପରିବେଶ ବି ସୁରକ୍ଷା ପାଣି ତ ସପ୍ତାହକୁ ଥରେ କି ନହେଲେ ପାଗ ଦେଖିକି ଗଛ ଦେଖିକି ପାଣି ଯାଏ ଗଛଟା ଉଚ୍ଚା ଜାଗାରେ ଅଛି ମାନେ ସେ ନିହାତି ପାଣି ବହୁତ ଲାଗୁଛି ସେ ଚାଲିଛି ଗାଁରୁ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ଡାକିଲି ସେ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ଆମର ଏଠି ନଦୀ ପାଖକୁ ଚାଲିଛି ହେଇଗଲା 5 ବର୍ଷ 8 ବର୍ଷ ହେଇଗଲା ଚାଲିଛି
Sarpanch on a green mission introduced the setting up of a local climate monitoring system involving teachers, students, self-help groups SHGs, local club members and village leaders in his area. Under his leadership, community campaigns like Ama Paribesha Ama Hatare, Our Environment in Our Hands, did wonders and helped in restoration of forests and green cover. Satwik Soul Foundation, the largest plogging community of India, have plogged beaches, hills, mangroves. They have conducted 270 drives of trash cleaning campaigns, which motto is plastic-free environment. We offer monthly awareness events, such as bike rallies, plantation programs, and campaign pledges to boycott single-use plastic at a variety of educational institutions, including colleges, schools, and universities. We have planted 10,000 plus tree saplings in our various plantation drives in school, colleges, and brotherhood towards nature. Mangrove cleanup hero Rahul Maharana has been relentlessly working for protection of mangroves. To reduce the impact of plastic pollution in the mangrove ecosystem, Rahul undertakes weekly visits to Devi River mouth for cleanup and awareness activities. Mangroves have an incredible ability to capture and store carbon and can be a solution to the climate crisis. Miracle has been creating awareness among local communities regarding wildfires with the help of Forest Department officials and Van Suraksha Samitis. He creates workshops on forest fires and ensures the participation of the local community to mitigate incidents of forest fires. Bapi Gochayat is on a noble mission to spread awareness towards a plastic-free Odisha. He has so far collected 1.5 tons of single-use plastic waste and sent those for recycling. He plans to continue in his green mission and plantation drives, which according to him, would definitely go a long way in reducing the carbon footprint. Sagar Kumar has been working on conservation and protection of house sparrows, peacocks, Egyptian vultures, pangolins, Asian black bears, and several bird species. Sagar and his team are actively involved in the rescue of injured birds in Berhampur Forest Division, Ganjam. Sathi Parivar led by Siddharth Pradhan has undertaken a host of activities to spread awareness on prevention of forest fires and snake bites. In order to create awareness among locals on preventing forest fires, the outfit undertook a 320 kilometers bicycle rally titled Forest Fire Prevention Bicycle Awareness Ride in March this year. Odisha Paryavaran Sanrakshan Abhiyan is a team of students and youth devoted to nature conservation, protection of olive ridley sea turtles, and mangrove forests in coastal Odisha since 2014. OPSA works on marine and mangrove habitat protection and restoration, bird and wildlife protection in summer, community networking on illegal wildlife trade. Amresh Naresh, along with his fellow climate workers, has been working relentlessly to spread awareness about a greener and more livable future since 1991. They have so far created as many as 26 Gramya or rural jungles. Amresh and his group have planted around 5 lakh saplings besides distributing over 10.5 lakh saplings free of cost.
ଗଛ ନଦୀଗାଁ ସହିତ ଏଇଟା ଆଗ ଲାଗିଲା 2014 ମସିହାରୁ ଲାଗିଲାଣି ଗଛ ଗଛ ଲାଗିଗଲା ପରେ ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟେ ଆଗ୍ରହ ବହୁତ ବଢ଼ିଗଲା ଗଛ ଦେଖିଲା ପରେ ଖୁସି ଲାଗୁଛି କି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଭିତରେ ରହିଗଲି ସେଇଠୁ ଆମ୍ବ ପିଜୁଳି ପଣସ ଡାଳିମ୍ବ ବଢ଼ିଆଳ ଏମିତି ଔଷଧୀୟ ଗଛ ମିଶେଇ କେତେ ସବୁ ଲାଗିଛି ଆଉ ଆମର ସୁତୁଳି ନଦୀ କଥାଟା ଆମ ଗାଁ ପଟ ସାଇଡ଼୍ରେ ଯେତେ ଅଛି 100 ଆମ୍ବ ଗଛ ଆଉ ଅଁଳା ଗଛ 60 ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଗଛ ଅଛି ବହୁତ ଆଉ ସେଠୁ ଗଲେ ନଦୀ ଗାଁ ଉପରକୁ ଗଲେ ଆଶ୍ରମ ଆମର ସେଇଠି ବି ବହୁତ ଔଷଧୀୟ ଗଛ ଫଳ ବି ଗଛ ଅଛି ଭଲ ବହୁତ ଗଛ ଅଛି ଲାଗିଛି ଲଗା ହେଇଯାଇଛି ଆଉ ଗଛ ବି ଦେଖିଲେ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଲାଗିଛି ଗଛ ପରିବେଶ ବି ସୁରକ୍ଷା ପାଣି ତ ସପ୍ତାହକୁ ଥରେ କି ନହେଲେ ପାଗ ଦେଖିକି ଗଛ ଦେଖିକି ପାଣି ଦିଆଯାଏ ଗଛଟା ଉଚ୍ଚା ଜାଗାରେ ଅଛି ମାନେ ସେ ନିହାତି ପାଣି ବହୁତ ପାଉଛି ସେ ଚାଲିଛି ଗାଁରୁ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ଡାକିଲେ ବି ସେ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ତ ଆମର ଏଠି ନଦୀ ପାଖକୁ ଚାଲିଛି ହେଇଗଲା ଗଛ 5 ବର୍ଷ 8 ବର୍ଷ ହେଇଗଲା ଆଉ ଚାଲିଛି।
Sarpanch on a green mission introduced the setting up of a local climate monitoring system involving teachers, students, self-help groups SHGs, local club members and village leaders in his area. Under his leadership, community campaigns like Ama Paribesha Ama Hatare, Our Environment in Our Hands, did wonders and helped in restoration of forests and green cover. Satwik Soul Foundation, the largest plogging community of India, have plogged beaches, hills, mangroves.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin. Let us start our day with Mother's music. I would request everybody for 1 minute silence for the Mother's music to be played. Namaskar, Jai Jagannath, Suprabhat. I am anchor Shobna Mishra. Dear respected climate warriors, guests, panelists, students, and Dharitri and Odisha Post family, I wish everyone a very, very hearty and warm good morning. Welcome to Dharitri Youth Conclave 2022, Climate Change, the Power of Youth being the theme this year. Today is the 49th birth anniversary of Dharitri, so we all should wish with a big round of applause a happy birthday to the beautiful and happy Dharitri family. Dharitri over the years has made a mark for itself as a pragmatic, honest, impartial newspaper that has grown from strength to strength. Appreciated by the youth, it has a proven reach among the educated young people who are the future of this state. Dharitri has always espoused various causes involving environment protection, women's issues and education to name a few, in which it has followed up and published news that have invariably brought justice and solace to the affected. Environmental issues have always been prominently covered in the pages of Dharitri for the last many years. Now to repeat a very valid cliche, there is no planet B. Dharitri, with its own strength and support and help from all of you, is dedicating itself to bring about awareness among people about this massive and difficult task of undoing the continuous damage that every action of modern human being is wreaking on this earth. We need to act on climate change and act now. The first step in this direction is dialogue. And that is what Dharitri is trying to achieve with the Youth Conclave on climate change. By bringing together climate experts, grassroots climate warriors, students, media people, and other powerful stakeholders on one platform, Dharitri is on a mission to start serious dialogue on climate change where we can discuss, share ideas, find solutions, and learn from each other, especially the youth. Dialogue is the starting point. When together, we can push for climate conscious changes in behavior and even policy. We believe no effort goes to waste, and this effort of bringing young minds together through the Dharitri Youth Conclave 2022, climate change, the power of youth, will definitely have a ripple effect on climate action and consciousness in Odisha. This is just the beginning. We have a long journey ahead of us, and together we can. With these words, I would now like to invite on the stage CEO Dharitri Srimati Adyasa Satpathy, and I would request her to offer the welcome address.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all the dignitaries, expert panelists, student speakers, guests, partners, sponsors, and all the bright young faces I see here today. I feel so privileged to welcome you all to Dharitri Youth Conclave 2022, Climate Change, the Power of Youth. On behalf of Dharitri and Odisha Post family, today is a big milestone for us. Today, Dharitri completes 48 years and steps into its 49th year. Next year would mark our 50th anniversary, a very big milestone indeed. Dharitri was started in 1974 by the illustrious literator Kalindi Charan Panigrahi. Known as one of the most fiercely impartial newspapers of the state, Dharitri has stayed true to its pro-people stance even today. The newspaper has become a social innovator of sorts. It has been a watchdog of the people against judicial and bureaucratic overreach, and has demonstrated the ability to shake the political firmament time and again. Dharitri and all its associated media outlets have consistently been offering unbiased news. They have remained apolitical and irreligious, thereby offering to the readers what is called the most neutral standpoint. At the same time, issues related to youth and environment have always been at the heart of its core values. In its pages, Dharitri has consistently given coverage to environmental issues and highlighted the work and impact of grassroots climate warriors. We are all gathered here today to discuss one of the most pressing issues that would determine the survival of our species and our planet. Dharitri Youth Conclave on Climate Change was envisioned last year with the leadership of our editor, Mr. Tathagata Satpathy, with a mission to engage with the youth and start positive dialogue on climate change and climate action in Odisha. This state has been facing the brunt of climate change for decades now, be it in the form of severe cyclonic storms, heat waves, sudden floods, forest fires, erratic rains in more recent times. While the dialogue around climate change and demand for climate action has picked up momentum around the globe, Odisha has to a large extent stayed smug. As COP27 gave hope with creation of the Loss and Damage Fund, where rich countries have agreed to contribute towards damage caused by climate change in poorer nations, it is a clear step towards climate justice by acknowledging the damage caused to begin with. It is no doubt that climate change has impacted lives and livelihoods around the globe. But resting in that knowledge is not enough. We need to act now. And that action starts with bringing people together, acknowledging and talking about what's happening. That is what Dharitri Youth Conclave is all about. We are gathered here today to discuss the reality of climate change and the need to adapt and mend our ways before it's too late. We need to keep bringing more young people into the dialogue, since the future belongs with them and the solutions will also come from them. Not a dark, desperate future, but a bright green one. We have witnessed great work by young grassroots climate leaders in Odisha. We need more young people interested in the subject. That itself, I believe, is the first step. Something we are trying to achieve here at the Dharitri Youth Conclave. I am happy to announce that Dharitri is creating a climate fund titled Dharitri Climate Fund to help strengthen the work of grassroots climate warriors. Today, on its 49th birth anniversary, Dharitri re-pledges itself to the cause of the environment and promises to galvanize stronger steps in the direction of climate action. I'm delighted to welcome the young student speakers here today who have come to speak their minds and open their hearts to us. It is my pleasure to welcome our eminent panelists and moderators who have taken time from their busy schedules and have come here to share experiences with the youngsters at the conclave. And of course, Mr. Vasu Dikshit, who will be delighting us with his special performance, which he has curated just for this conclave. I welcome the help and support from our partners and sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. We really appreciate the contribution of each one of you present here to make this happen. This conclave is a small step and marks the beginning of a long journey towards positive climate action. Thank you all so very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, madam, for your words. As she mentioned, we need to talk about the reality and we should start acting right now. I think last year when we had it, somebody mentioned that we should have started acting yesterday only. We are a little late, but we can always make up for it. And of course, thank you for the great announcement about the climate fund that Dharitri is about to start. It is really going to help everybody who is thinking of putting an effort. Thank you. Now it's time to welcome our moderator and panelists for the first session to the stage. First of all, I would like to welcome our moderator, Shri Sujit Mahapatra, the founder and volunteer, Bakul Foundation, on the stage. We also had you last year as our moderator. You are a great one. We all know this. A very good morning and welcome on the stage. He is an academic by hobby and a volunteer by profession. He is a full-time volunteer at Bakul Foundation, which he founded. Bakul Foundation tries to demonstrate the power of volunteerism and thereby inspire volunteerism through initiatives in education, environment, and the arts. Sujit is a member of the State Steering Committee of the National Green Corps of the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. And he has been a member of the Drafting Committee of the Odisha State Youth Policy too. He is a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. Thank you very much for being our moderator for the first session. Now we will invite our panelist, Dr. K. Murugeshan, IAFS, on the stage, please. He joined the Indian Forest Service in 1995 and has been working in the state of Odisha since 1997. In the beginning of his career, he managed wildlife sanctuaries for 4 years. He later worked in forest management and administration for 10 years in various regions of Odisha. From July 2020 till date, Dr. Murugeshan has been working as Member Secretary State Pollution Control Board and has been in additional charge as Director Environment cum Special Secretary Forest, Environment and Climate Change Department, Government of Odisha since October 2022. We are very delighted to have you as our panelist, sir. Welcome on the stage. Now let me invite on the stage Shri Arun Krishnamurthy, environmentalist, Jain Goodall, youth leader on the stage. Welcome, Mr. Krishnamurthy. Time Magazine's Next Generation Leader 2022. The 36-year-old Arun Krishnamurthy left his job at Google and founded the Environmentalist Foundation of India, that is EFI, in 2007 to find ways and means to mitigate the effects of pollution created by human activities. He was bestowed the prestigious Rolex Awards for Enterprise in 2012 for scientific lake restoration in Chennai. EFI is a network of volunteers taking a community-based collaborative effort focusing on the revival of freshwater bodies. It is now present in 16 states of the country and has restored over 180 water bodies, that is commendable, adding filtration and aeration system to tackle pollution and harmful algae growth, as well as new land formations to encourage wildlife. We are very happy to welcome you as our panelist for the session. Now could we have on the stage Dr. Sugata Roy, Social and Behavior Change Specialist, UNICEF. A good morning and welcome to you, sir. An innovative communication professional with over 2 decades experience in communication, advocacy, and partnership in development and private sector. Dr. Roy has a demonstrated track record of developing strategic communication, building partnership with private sector, corporate foundation, media, civil society alliances, and creative advocacy with policy and decision makers for promotion and protection of child rights. He is currently heading the social and behavior change program in UNICEF for the state of Odisha. He is passionate about realizing children's rights and well-being. We welcome you, Dr. Roy, on the stage with all our heart. Now let me invite our next panelist, environmentalist and entrepreneur, Ms. Nilima Mishra. The 36-year-old Nilima Mishra received her MPhil in Environmental Policy from the University of Cambridge, UK in 2022. She was the only person from Odisha who was an official participant for the Climate Force Arctic 2019 expedition led by polar explorer Sir Robert Swan. After her experiences at the Arctic, Nilima founded Seabug Green Solutions, a social enterprise focusing on household solid waste management in 2019. She is an active campaigner in raising awareness about hazards of single-use plastics. Ms. Mishra, we are very happy to have you here as our panelist. Now let me invite the host of the Youth Conclave, Shri Tathagat Satpathy, the editor of Dharitri Odia Daily and Odisha Post English Daily. He is a 4-time member of parliament from his beloved constituency, Dhenkanal. He is known for his fearless vocalization of views on important matters of policy and polity. His strong editorials have many a times pointed out social injustice and helped in bringing justice to the affected. After a long and successful stint in politics, while he was at the height of popularity, Shri Satpathy announced he was distancing himself from politics to focus on journalism. He feels the pen indeed is a tool to bring social justice and change. He is passionate about policy, environmental issues, and guess what? Coffee. We welcome you, Shri Satpathy, as a panelist for the first session. Now, before we hand it over to the moderator, I would invite Shri Soumyaranjan Biswal on the stage to speak a few words and start with the day. Shri Soumyaranjan Biswal, a very well-known environmentalist of Odisha, UN Yuba India advocate. Let me speak a few words about you before I welcome you on the stage. 24-year-old Soumya is actively involved in wildlife conservation and mangrove restoration with a focus on protection of olive ridley sea turtles. Mr. Biswal was recently appointed as the first cohort of UN's youth advocate, along with 6 other environmentalists from across the world. Very happy to have learned that. He continues to work with the government, NGOs, youth volunteers across Odisha to restore marine wildlife and mangroves. Mr. Biswal, a hearty welcome to you. I would request you to kindly address the beautiful gathering present.
धन्यवाद। आज धरित्री पक्षर आयोजित जो द्वितीय संस्करण आज यूथ कॉन्क्लेव जहाँकि जलवायु परिवर्तन को नहीं आयोजित होती से अवस्था धरित्री परिवार को अभिनंदन जनाऊँगी और आपण मैंने जो जोग देखते समस्त को अभिनंदन जनाऊँगी। जलवायु परिवर्तन को नहीं जो कार्यक्रम आयोजित होती मुझे मनर कथा कहबी 2014 मसीह जिते मु बीटेक फास्ट इयर जो पढ़ी गाँ पाख आम पुरी जिलार गोटे छोट समुद्रकूलिया गाँ से गाँ पाखे सब वर्ष को 2-3 थर बात्या आसे और जो साइक्लोनिक स्टर्म भय रहे और गाँ छाड़ी जावाक पड़े से टाइम में चिंता करता आम कौन करें तेणु गाँ पाखे जो ऑलिव रिडली कईचटी मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट यार इंपोर्टेंस बहुत अच्छे कोस्टल बायोडायवर्सिटी प्रोटेक्शन हो पारे आम क्लाइमेट चेंज को मिटिगेट कर जानी आम गाँ पाखे बिची भाई बोले लोक पिला अच्छा जी बहुत दिन काम करती जानी जो से कमटा आरंभ कली मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट में ऑलिव रिडली ओडिशा सरकार जहाँ कर बहुत समस्या था देवी नदी मुहाण अंचल इलिगाल ट्रॉलर्स और मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट बहुत डिग्रेड होता जो मैंग्रोव एत इंपोर्टेंस जानली विशेषकर इंडियन मैंग्रोव्स जी 3985 प्रकार फ्लोरा और फोनाल स्पेसीज को से हाबिटेट दिए सामुद्रिक परिसंस्था बहुत गुरुत्वपूर्ण तेणु मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट आम बहुत आवश्यकता थिला किंतु आश्चर्यर कथा मुझे मैंग्रोव से ऑलिव रिडली मु काम स्टार्ट कली गाँव में पागल कहले अंचल पागल कहले जेहेतु मुझे बुझी सारी जलवायु परिवर्तन आवश्यक आज आम कौन आज आम एसडीजी सारा विश्व आज एसडीजी चिंता करुचे आपण मान भर बोधे हुए तो अनेक जानते एसडीजी कौन तेणु एसडीजी सारा दुनिया आम गोटे एसडीजी गोल लेकिन आम आगू चलुचे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल ता पूर्व गोटे गोल फेल मारी जोटा मिलेनियम डेवलपमेंट गोल जोटा तेणु जो एमडीजी फेल मारला 15 वर्ष पर एसडीजी गोल आरंभ होला तेणु आम ग्लोबाली सब जानुचे बन्या आसुची बात्या आसुची मरुड़ी आसुची एवं जंगल निया ठार आरंभ करी आपनकर जल संकट विभिन्न प्रकार समस्या आसुची आ ग्लोबाली सबुबले योजना होची आम गोटे ऑस्ट्रिच पालटी जाउचे आम समस्ते कौन करुचे ना जिते बन्या बात्या आसुची मरुड़ी आसुची प्राकृतिक दुर्विपाक आम समस्ते बेक लुचेई दौचे आखि मुझी दौचे गोटे दिन पलैब 15 दिन पलैब किंतु आम मैंने केवल चिंता करने जे सब लोकाली जब आम समस्त कम कि समस्त सतर्क हो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट कमेया एनवायरमेंट को प्रोटेक्शन दवा क्लाइमेट चेंज निहाती भाव मिटिगेट हो पार आम सब थिंक ग्लोबाली किंतु आम समस्त कहूँ यहाँ कि आम समस्ते आक्ट लोकाली थिंक ग्लोबाली तेणु यही प्रकार आमको काम करार अच्छी तेणु पृथ्वी बर्तमान जो बिगिड़ार जो परिस्थिति बिगुड़ी बर्तमान से चिंताजनक एवं संकटजनक स्थित आम को आगे पड़ो विशेषकर जदि आम चाहूचे जे काली आम आसंता काली आम देखा पृथ्वी को अब बहुत वर्ष एमती पीढ़ी पर पीढ़ी बंचब पृथ्वी ताले आमको युवपीढ़ी मानक आमको टायरलेसली काम करने पड़ो जो रेट ऑफ डिग्रेडेशन बर्तमान बायोडाइवर्सिटी होची से आमको काम करार अच्छी तेणु यूथ मैंने बर्तमान समस्ते चाकरी पछरे धाउंचंती चाकरी पछरे यूथ मैंने धाउंचंती माने यूथ मानकर किसी भूल नहीं एक्चुअली 1960-70 मसीहार जो मान डेट ऑफ बर्थ जो मान 60-70 मसीहार जो डेट ऑफ बर्थ हम ओडिशा जो लोक मैंने सोशल इंडिकेटर तैयारी करछंती जे जो माने पैसा कमेबे से मानक आपण पूजा करंतु तेणु प्रायोरिटी सेठी दिया हिची जहा फलर कि 1960-70 जो माने जन्म करछंती बर्तमान से माने अछंती एवं सेमानकर जहा पिला कि सेमानकर संपर्क से माने सबले इनसिस्ट करछंती आपण माने समस्त पैसा कमांतु तेणु 6 डिजिट रो जो दरमा आपण पाइले आपण क्लाइमेट चेंज वर्ती परिबेनी क्लाइमेट चेंज आपन को देखिबनी कि धनी करिवो जेतले बन्या आसु जेतले बात्या आसी से देखुनी धनी किए करिवो किए से समस्त की माडी समस्त की अटैक करूची तेणु आमे पैसा कमै परिया 6 डिजिट रो बहुत पैसा अकाउंट रे रखि परिया किंतु काली सकाळ जो क्लाइमेट चेंज रो इंपैक्ट पड़ची से आपण जो हम जो प्रीमियम से हिसाब से काम करूनी टंका किसी काम करबनी तेणु आमे जदि समस्त व्यक्तिगत स्तर रे किसी काम करिदिबा ताल निश्चित भाबे क्लाइमेट चेंज को आमे वर्ती परिबा आपण माने सब केवल सेल्फ सेंट्रिक न होगी आपण माने किसी क्लाइमेट चेंज जो माने काम करछंती अब आपण स्तर रे जहाँ भी संभव आपण माने क्लाइमेट चेंज को एवं कार्बन फुटप्रिंट कमे आपण माने चेष्टा करंतु जदि आमे ओडिशा कथा देखिबा ओडिशा गोटे जलवायु परिवर्तन गोटे राजधानी भाव में बर्तमान विश्व विख्यात हो सारी कारण आपण मैंने समस्त जानिथिबे पूरा बन्या बात्या आरंभ कर मरुड़ी पर्यंत बात्या सुनामी कौन ओडिशा कम नहीं प्रति वर्ष किसी ना किसी ओडिशा सारा ओडिशा बर्तमान से संघर्ष करुच्ची तेणु ओडिशार जैव विविधता विषय यदि किसी कहवा आम ताले आम से आरंभ करिया सिमिलपालू 1973 मसीह जब भारत में जो 9टी टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट रे प्रपोज होता नेशनल पार्क सिमिलपाल ता भर गोटे से सिमिलपाल 100 बाघ थिला किंतु वर्तमान 25 ରୁ 30 आप पाइबे आपण मैंने चिंता करूँ 4-5टा मु जिनस कहूँ कोई हिसाब से आम बायोडाइवर्सिटी डिग्रेडेशन होची सिमिलपाल गला गोटे कथा आपण भितरकनिका आसतु जोटा कि भितरकनिका भारतर द्वितीय लार्जेस्ट मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट जोटा कि आगु को नेचुरल आपनकर नेचुरल हेरिटेज साइट जमती कि कोणार्क मंदिर आपनकर नेचुरल हेरिटेज साइट भितरकनिका मध्य मैंग्रोव जंगल आगु प्रपोज्ड अच्छी मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट होगा किंतु मैंग्रोव एत इंपोर्टेंस मेराइन एक्चुअली समुद्र भीतर आम 80% ऑक्सीजन पाए 70% आमको आमर लाइफ बिलो वाटर 70% तेणु 80% ऑक्सीजन आम फाइटोप्लांटन रू समुद्र भीतर आम ऑक्सीजन पाचे आम मैंने जहाँ आम चारिपाखे जो 8 बिलियन लोक आज पहुँचे देखुचे जो गछ आ सबुजिमा देखुचे आम याठू बेसी ऑक्सीजन आम पाउने आम समुद्र भीतर जो फाइटोप्लांटन अच्छी आम भीतर ऑक्सीजन पाचे तेणु समुद्र भीतर जो इकोलोजी अच्छी बचाऊँच मैंग्रोव प्राय 70% मेरीन इकोसिस्टम जो मेरीन एनिमल रहिले मैंग्रोव जो परिसंस्था अच्छी न्यूट्रिशन ब्रीडिंग समय सब रिवर हिस्टोरी एरिया समस्ते जिते आप कहतु व्हेल कहतु डॉल्फिन कहतु सी टर्टल कहतु जिते प्रकार मेरीन एनिमल रहिले से डिपेंडेंट सब मैंग्रोव्स उपर से न्यूट्रिशन तेणु भितरकनिका मैंग्रोव्स तेणु मैंग्रोव्स बर्तमान से दिन थिला जिते द्वितीय बर्तमान मैंग्रोव से सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट मैंग्रोव्स अच्छी किंतु मैंग्रोव्स बहुत बड़ विपद चली आसी सारा विश्व में प्राय 60% नेचुरल मैंग्रोव्स नष्ट हो सारी तार दायी प्रथम मनुष्यकृत आम अवक्षय करुचे विभिन्न डेभलपमेंटाल कम आंथ्रोपोजेनिक प्रेशर मैंग्रोव धीरे धीरे नष्ट हो चलती मैंग्रोव बर्तमान विपद अच्छी जदि आम आसवा ओडिशार चिली आम रामसर साइट कथा कहबा जे ओडिशा आम केते गर्वित हवा कथा बर्तमान रिसेंटली आमको किसी रामसर साइट भी आमर जमी ग्लोबल वेटलैंड इंपोर्टेंस आमको ओडिशा को मिली आम भितरकनिका आपनकर भितरकनिका चिलिका टंपड़ा अंशुपा आपनकर हीराकुद रिजर्वियर सातकोशिया छटी आप ग्लोबल इंपोर्टेंस कारण आम रामसर साइट मिली बहुत सुजोग अच्छे ओडिशा रे आगु रामसर साइट मिल ओडिशा गोटे राज्य जोटि कि 1500 रु 2000 हाथी गोटे साइजेबल पॉपुलेशन में ओडिशा गोटे बहुत बढ़िया स्टेट किंतु दुखर विषय आम भी से विषय कार्यक्रम बहुत दिन मुझे चिंता करूली जे हाथी उपरे कहीं काम करूना हाथीर सुरक्षा कथा चिंता करूना किंतु सरकार केवल एका चिंता करछन्ती किंतु कम्युनिटीर पार्टिसिपेशन रहुनी बोली आपण माने एई 4 वर्ष 400 हाथी मलणी आपण चिंता करंतु जो 1600 कि 1700 जो हाथी अछन्ती आगामी दिन केते एक्सटेंड करिवे ताकू बाद देला पर आपनकर फिशिंग कैटर आरंभ करिकी इराडे डॉल्फिन जेमति केते कोन अछन्ती तेणु सेई सब जेते प्राचुर्य भरा जैव विविधता हम ओडिसा रे अछि ताकू हम सुरक्षा देबा मो गां पाखरे अछि ऑलिव रिडली कहिचाऊ मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट जेतले मु काम करथिले मते पागल कहले मु भाबुतली गोटे सभ्य समाज काहे को ग्रहण करूनी गाँ लोक तो निहाती कहबे तेणु से स्वप्नटा मोर 5 वर्ष मन थिला पागल कहते हठात गत वर्ष ठार धरित्री कि आम ओडिशार गोटे लोकप्रिय धरित्री खबर कागज हठात स्टार्ट कला यूथ क्लाइमेट कॉन्क्लेव जो थे कि स्थान दि जाऊँगी आम समस्त कि ग्रास रूट्र लोक मैंने आसी कहवा जे आम कम कौन और यूथ मानक मोटिवेट करवा तेणु ए प्लाटफर्म आमको निहाती काली सकाल आम गाँ पाखे लोक कहे जे आपण मैंने सीनियर ऑफिशियल और बड़ बड़ कॉन्फ्रेंस आप ये कथा आलोचना करते निहाती आप पागल नुहति बुझापी चेष्टा करेंगे तेणु आपण समस्त को बुझापी पड़ो आप भावतु नहीं जे यूएन एजेंसी कौन करुच्ची भारत सरकार कौन करोडिशा सरकार कौन कर समस्त को सहयोग करने पड़ो से पक्षर बहुत चेष्टा करमती कि एमडीजी फेल मारला एसडीजी भी जमी फेल न मारे कारण जो आम 130 मिलियन यूथ अच्छे भारत में 130 जो बहुत आम यूथ अच्छे जो कि विभिन्न सबू किसी संभव किसी असंभव नुहे किंतु आपण मानक आज कॉन्फ्रेंस बाहर सेमिनार बाहर आपण मैंने समस्ते पलैबे सेमती संभव हेनी यूएन प्लान कर एजेंसी विभिन्न प्रकार देश को लेकिन 195 देश को एकाठी करुच्ची तेणु आपण व्यक्तिगत स्तर को सहयोग करवा निहाती एमडीजी भली एसडीजी फेल मारनी निहाती आम गोटे सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर देखिपर तेणु सब बहुत किसी मुझे कहली तेणु आपने सुजोग देले एक बढ़िया बहुत भल कार्यक्रम तेणु धरित्री पक्ष जो आयोजित कार्यक्रम होती निवेदन करी धरित्री कर्तृपक्ष को कि जो यूथ कॉन्क्लेव आयोजित होती एमती प्रति वर्ष धरी चली था यूथ मानक आम जब न नवा काली आसंता काली जो जलवायु परिवर्तन को आम अटकाई पार ना कारण यूथ पाखे एनर्जी अच्छी कारण आपण जो सब वयस्क लोक रहीगले समस्त पाखे अभिज्ञता अच्छी किंतु एनर्जी समस्त ना तेणु यूथ मैंने समस्ते आम पाखे बहुत यूथ अच्छा ओडिशा भारत में तेणु समस्त मिलमिश पारा तेज जा जलवायु परिवर्तन आम रोकियारे आम किसी मात्रा सहायक हो पार समस्त धन्यवाद दूसरी धन्यवाद दूसरी
थैंक यू मिस्टर बिस्वाल सबुथर परी प्रकृत में जो जिनस जो कार्य उपर आमर नजर रहिबा दरकार जो दिगरे आमे आगेबा दरकार से कथा गुड़ी ही कही आमे आशा करछु आम पैनल रे मध्य आपण जहा कही डिस्कस से डिस्कशन मध्य आमे आम पैनल रे निश्चित भाव में करबा नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू हैंड इट ओवर टू आवर मॉडरेटर श्री सुजीत महापात्र प्लीज
थैंक यू शोभना किछि समय पूर्व सौम्य मते आसिक पचारला कि भाई मु कौन कहबी देखंत सौम्य व्हेन समवन जे पैशनेटली जो जिनस विषय जने पैशनेटली काम करी आछि एते वर्ष धरी हां ता विषय किछि चिंता करिया दरकार नै कौन कहिया को एंड आई थिंक वी आर ऑल थैंकफुल दैट आम भितरे से पागल सौम्य अछि आ आम भितर अनेक पागल अछंती अ बिग हैंड टू एवरीवन हु इज वर्किंग फॉर द एनवायरनमेंट पागली भी अच्छी तथागत सर जो मत प्रथम हैप्पी बर्थडे धरित्री तथागत सर जो प्रथम मत कहले कि यही वर्ष भी आप मॉडरेट करेंगे मुझे नाई सर टे यंग लोक आप देखिए ना मत अखाड़ुआ लगुच सर अनैले मत एमती जो गोटे शिपिश स्माइल अच्छी अनैले आई कुड ऑलमोस्ट हियर हिम सिंग दिल तो बच्चा है जी बाय द वे से बढ़िया गाँती आम जानू मु भी शुणी बट आई होप आम समस्त को चांस मिल शुणा अच्छा जस्ट बिफोर वी स्टार्ट द डिस्कशन आम भितर केते जण लास्ट ईयर धरित्री यूथ कॉन्क्लेव आसीथिलु हाथ टेकंतु अरे वाह एते जण आसिलु आम भितर हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस जे लास्ट ईयर आसीथिलु कि न आसीथिलु भी वे लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू टुडे द यूथ कॉन्क्लेव टुडे वाओ मोस्ट ऑफ अस वेरी गुड हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू द नेक्स्ट ईयर वाओ great Acha. Next year is going to be the 50th birth anniversary. So we hope that next year, I know sir will say that, but I really hope that many of us who have been inspired in the first and second editions of the Youth Conclave will be getting to share your stories in the 50th anniversary. So just before that, a couple of questions again. How many of us consciously try to reduce our carbon footprint? Wow, very good. How many of us have planted trees that have grown bigger than us? Wow. ମୁଁ ଭାବିଲି କି ଆମେ ନର୍ମାଲି ଗଛ ଲଗେଇକି ତାପରେ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉ ଫଟୋ ପରେ ଛାଡ଼ି ଦଉ ବୋଲି but that's very good that the trees have grown bigger than us. Acha, how many of us want to double our efforts at battling climate change? Wow, almost everyone. I think we have a wonderful hope. Sometimes, again? Acha. Okay. So we have a wonderful first panel today. We have a wonderful mix of people. I mean, Somya jo kahila ki there is, ame bhabimani ki government karibo, ki UN bodies karibe ki kona, but we have people from the government. We have Mr. Murugesan, who's the Director Environment, and also the Member Secretary of the State Pollution Control Board. Okay, the agencies that we think, are responsible for addressing this issue at a government level. And he has been a career forest officer, not just someone who is in the forest department for a couple of years. We have the representative of the UN here. We talk about UN, the UN's attempts at bringing countries together, addressing this. So we have the UN's representative here, the UNICEF's current representative, Mr. Roy. So there is the global aspect is there. We have the media, Tathagat sir is here. And then we have two wonderful, very inspiring young climate heroes. One who's been working across the country and someone who is in the state. So with this wonderful panel, what we'll do is, we'll have a first round where I'll ask everyone to speak for about 5 minutes and on, what is the urgency of the situation and what we can do, young people here can do. And then we will have a round of conversation and you can also ask questions. There will be paper on your table and you can write down. We'll have some time for some selected questions that we would like to ask the speakers. So I would like to begin with Tathagat sir. I think the question, though Adyasha ma'am did talk about, why Dharitri and Odisha Post have organized this youth conclave, but I would like you to elaborate a little more on, and you can do it there, you can do it here on the podium, on why a conclave on climate change. Nowadays we're having a lot of literature festivals across the country and in Odisha also, and a common point that comes up is, are literature festivals helping the cause of literature? So similarly, the question here would be, are conclaves helping the cause of climate change? That is one. Second point that I would like you to address is, what do you think is the role of the media in battling climate change? And what is interesting, and Shobna has already mentioned that about you, you have left Parliament for focusing on journalism. Typically, many of us here would think that, I should be in Parliament if it allows good people to get in, because that is where I can actually influence change. Now, and you are saying that, you want to work on climate change by not being in Parliament, but through media. So, sir, over to you about your responses.
Thank you, Sujit Babu. And a very good morning to all of the attendees, the panelists, and our sponsors. First, I would like to answer with a very emphatic yes to Sujit Babu's query, whether conclaves help the issue that they take up, or are they just a waste of time? I personally feel very convinced that conclaves or meetings or discussions help maybe in a very limited way, but what they do is they raise awareness amongst the participants. So yes, conclaves help, And what we have seen, what you yourself have noticed when you asked who all were there last year, there were many hands which were raised. So obviously, it is not just invitees, but enthusiasts who have come up here, and even people who are professionally dedicated their whole life, like Mr. Panigrahi, who have come here to participate in this conclave, not because they are on stage or something, but they believe the cause is correct. So this is the reply to your first query. The second query was about media, am I right? Media, I personally believe, is not a doctor who is tasked with the job of doing PM. I think you understand, PM is not the PM. PM is post-mortem. Actually, PM stands for post-mortem. So what we find in today's media is every media you see, whether it is breaking news or it is print or it is even internet, if you look at it, what they are doing is they are just telling you what has happened. If a bridge collapses somewhere, you get to hear about that. If there is a rape and murder, you get to hear about it from the media. Whatever has happened yesterday is what the media tells you today. We are consciously making an uphill effort. The task is extremely uphill of we are, internally in Dharitri and Odisha Post, we repeat this line, news you can use. So when a reader picks up a publication or opens your channel or listens to your or reads your content on the web, it should be something that the user or the consumer or the reader or the listener or the viewer can use in her or his life in the coming days. So that means it should be designed for the future, not just a post-mortem. With this goal in mind, we believe Mrs. Adyasha Satpathy has taken the lead in this, and all of us who are working for her at Dharitri and Odisha Post, we are all genuinely convinced that media has a very important role in making people aware. If you are aware of what you are doing, your every step, your every indication, your every action, सेटा जदि कौनसी भावरे एनर्जी कंज्यूम करुची, पोल्यूशन करुची, आपण जे हठात बंद कर दे परिबे सेटा संभवपर नुहे, किंतु आपण ताको स्लो डाउन करि परिबे कि नाही. एई जो एफर्टटा जदि आपनको माइंड रे सबु बेले रहिला, जेमति संजीव बाबू संगे एक्सपोज रो ओनर संजीव महांती सर संगे जो मु बाहर को गली, ही वाज जेन्युइनली फीलिंग शाय दैट से फ्लेक्स लगे किंतु मते डाकिगिरी नेले कहले जे एठी देखंतु आगे एठी फ्लेक्स लागी छि किंतु एठी देखंतु एठी कन्ना लागी छि. से अवश्य कपड़ा कहले मु कन्ना कहे कारण मु ओडिया तो मु कहले से कहले जे एठी देखंतु कन्ना रे लागी छि. बहुत रेयरली मु देखि छि कई जणे व्यक्ति एते सेंसिटिव हेकिरी तांकू आमे किछि कहिनु, अध्याशा मैडम किछि कहि नांती, मु किछि कहिनी, किंतु संजीव बाबू तांको स्व इच्छा रे से आनिकिरी कन्ना रे प्रिंट आउट करिकिरी लगे बाहर. आउ तांकू गिल्टी लगुच जे ये जो फ्लेक्स गुड़ाक प्लास्टिक गुड़ाक सिंगल यूज से यूज कर अल्टरनेटिव सब जिन मिलूनी. सो से जो कॉन्शियसनेस दैट फीलिंग ऑफ गिल्ट इन आवर माइंड दैट आम भूल कामटा करुचु एटाकू बंद करवा, एठी रोची मीडिया रो रोल. से जिनसटा मीडिया करि परिबो आपन को गोटाए पीएम रु नेकिरी आउ गोटे एएम को नबो. गत काली को छाड़िकी पोस्टमार्टम को छाड़िकी प्रधानमंत्री को नो पोस्टमार्टम को छाड़िकी आपन को एएम को नब. से एएम टा होची आसंता कालीर सकाळ. इफ मीडिया कैन डू दैट जॉब ऑफ शोइंग यू अ मिरर ऑफ टुमारो फॉर टुमारो, दैट आई थिंक इज द सक्सेस ऑफ मीडिया. थैंक यू. आई थिंक आई आंसर्ड योर क्वेरीज. इज देयर एनीथिंग लेफ्ट?
नहीं, we'll come back to Thank you very much, sir. ଆପଣ ପ୍ରଧାନମନ୍ତ୍ରୀଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ପସନ୍ଦ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଲାଗୁଛି PM ଉପରେ ବହୁତ ଫୋକସ୍ ରହିଲା ଆପଣଙ୍କର post-mortem. Yeah. Acha. I'll now move to Murugeshan, sir. I don't know how many of you know, apart from being the Director Environment and the Member Secretary and heading the Odisha State Pollution Control Board, he was also the architect of the second phase of the Odisha State Action Plan on Climate Change. It came out, Odisha was one of the first states that came out with an action plan in 2010. And the second phase came out in 2018 when he was the Director Environment, and under his leadership it came out, and it's going to end in 2023. Now the question that Somya hinted at when he spoke, and which a lot of young people here have, normally when we think about Aguru, we were working for the environment. Now the last many years we have started working for, thinking about addressing climate change. The difference is, environment ପାଇଁ କାମ କଲା ବେଳକୁ it is still doable. But climate change ଯେତେବେଳେ ଭାବୁଛୁ, it's like a global thing, it seems too intimidating. We are anyway in Odisha, we are more sinned against than sinning. That is our emission or is our contribution to global warming as much as, do we deserve to suffer as much as we do? So a bit, of course, I would want you to talk about that. Why is it? What is the geoclimatic reasons why we are so vulnerable, all of us here? But more importantly, that many of the young people here would think that, when we talk about these big emissions, and it was shocking for me to read in the action plan. How many of us have, by the way, read that action plan? The state action plan on climate change. It's all available online. Please Google it after the conclave today, and please engage with it. I would definitely urge all of you to do that. So the thing is that when we think about, our emissions, per capita emissions in Odisha were apparently 1.5 times that of the national average, which was in your report. And I was shocked to know that, because I thought that we are less industrialized in a way. But so when we think about all this, we think that it's the government that should be, the State Pollution Control Board that should be ensuring that industries, mines, etc., urban places, the emissions are lowered, or there should be sweeping regulations and effective implementation of all of that. So in this situation, what is the role of youth? So sometimes young people may feel that more karibare kaun haba, So I would like you to, sir.
Thank you, Sujit, and all my fellow panelists on the dais and esteemed guests and the students, media. A very, very warm morning to all of you. And I must thank Dharitri for calling me for this particular event, because I was very reluctant, but later on I thought that I must address, because as most of them, Mr. Sujit asked, how many of you have gone through the action plan? I could not see even a single hand rising, even though it's available on the website. Okay, I'm sorry. I could not see. Thank you, madam. I am happy that you have read. Actually, this, as Mr. Sujita said, when I joined, I'm Indian Forest Service officer, but in 2017, after coming from Bangalore and deputation, I joined. I got the opportunity, but I have loved to continue. But still now I am continuing the same environment wing as different capacities as member secretary or director. You all know that naturally, even if you go to the vulnerability of the state in the country, apart from your northeastern states or the Himalayan region, in Odisha, if your people are coming from Odisha, this is the highly vulnerable state among all the states in the plain. You just Google it, which is a highly vulnerable state among the coastal vulnerability, Odisha, it is more than 80% when compared to Kerala or Karnataka, where it is only 3 to 4% only. So taking it all this, because you must have seen, we are having the largest population of the, our population is on the coastal area, starting from, we have got a long coast of 480 kilometer stretch, which is having not only the fishermen community, and our all agrarian sectors and various sectors. This is on the one side. And the other side, Mr. Sujit was telling that why our per capita emission, we had along with the CAI, we did a index study about how much the carbon emission index, how much, it's gradually high because naturally for last 10-15 years you must have seen the rapid industrialization is happening in Odisha, especially in power sectors. We are having the 15 mega power plants in the country. Even no states has got so much power plants in the country. We are having the 15 mega power plant. Another highly energy consuming industry is the aluminum industry. So these two industries contribute almost to what you call it as a greenhouse gases, CH in shortly, which is called. We are having the large emission. So naturally, even though our per capita, if you see the population of the Odisha compared to any other city, it is very less, but naturally, since we are producing and we are supplying to all the states of the country, so naturally, someone has to bear, that's the reason. You must have also seen also, because of our large number of steel industries. So one side, if you take it as a negative, that is an emission. See, when the COVID issue was there, Odisha is the only state which was supplying oxygen to the entire country. We supplied almost, many people were begging to Odisha because we gave it because oxygen plants were there in the steel plant. So we are able to supply. So that's a positive point. But yes, we in the Pollution Control Board, we have made, and if someone who are interested, you are most welcome. Which was in a very rudimentary stage, a control, in the name of control unit, control stations were developed and without no manpower. Now we have kept a state-of-art control stations. Anyone who emits more than 15 minutes continuously, suddenly a message will go that someone is emitting or someone is hacking that whatever the pollution control devices, immediately it can be verified with the IP camera. It's a must. We have made that you must have a camera and you must continuously, all your stacks, which you call it as a chula, what you call in local term. So it is all committed. So with this, all this point only, we are the first, as Mr. Sujit has said, that we are the first, and we are the first to, given the latest one also, in the government of India also, whenever they are going, they are saying that follow the Odisha model. And most of you may not be knowing that we are the first in the country, because I was proud when I was invited to there was an international conference in Bangkok also. We are the first in the country, and India is one of the countries in the South Asia to get a green climate fund also. So like the madam was saying that with the Dharitri, yes, I am very happy, thanks to Dharitri organization for that climate fund. We are the first in the country to get a green climate fund. No state has got it, because we are now visible in the country. So that we feel very bad. And please go through the climate action plan, because we were always talking to the industries, what Mr. Satpathy was saying, that we were always talking about what happened. We give some punishment, we rewarding them, but I'm happy that all the young people are there. I am also available till another half an hour also. So any question I am willing to answer also. Please kindly go through the website, how we have prepared. We don't have any budget. We have not asked any state government or central government to give them. Within the budget, whatever has been done, you see that your activities are either mitigating or adaptation, or we have created in a wonderful way. And we are the first in the country also to create a climate budget, which has been passed in the assembly also, because no state it has done it also. Recently there was a conference in Kerala, and the Kerala government asked us to guide. So now we are leading in the country in terms of climate change action plan, but as Mr. Sujit Varman, it needs a lot of awareness. We need so many people like Mr. Biswal. You must come out, you must tell. We are on the other side, we will also listen, because it's not Mr. Biswal or Sujit family who is going to suffer. It's also my family is going to suffer if there is affection. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure there will be many questions. We'll come back to that later. We'll now move to Mr. Roy from UNICEF. Sir, of course, one question that I'm sure, that we would need to address and tell the young people is like similar to what I asked Murugeshan sir, is now when we hear that power and aluminium are the big, they are supporting us in many ways, at the same time contributing a lot to emissions. What can young people really do in such a when it is such a big problem. And also, with that, of course, we all know about the role of UN. We hear about COP26, about the UN conferences, about its attempts to bring countries together to, take strong action. But UNICEF, of course, everyone associates as an organization that is working for children. Now, at the same time, with the SDGs, which Soumya talked about, in the MDGs, which he also mentioned, there was a less emphasis on climate change. It was there, but in SDGs, almost everything, like whether you talk about education, health, everywhere, it is as if sustainability is key to addressing our concerns. So I would like you to talk a little about how the climate crisis is also a child rights crisis, and also with your wide experience in behavior change. Because we were having an informal conversation with some of the student speakers who will speak later today, and they were all sharing their frustration. They are so indifferent. So how does one, change behaviors? How do us, the young people here, influence their friends, their families to take steps? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sujit. Good morning to all my panelists and good morning to all the participants here. The very first thing which I wanted to tell you is UNICEF is not only working for children, we have gone beyond that. We are also working for adolescents and young people. Over a period of 70 years, we have also moved on because the child for whom we were working 30 years back is today a young person. So we have to continue with them. So that's how the transition is happening. Next point comes is about child rights and climate change. Whenever you talk about climate change and children, it leads to crisis. C plus C is crisis. Why? Because in the last 4 to 5 years, what we have seen, about 10 million children have been displaced. They are on the move. And this displacement or they are on the move is not because of the conflicts or because of any other developments, but because of climate-induced migration, I'll say. This has led across the world, 10 million children have been displaced. And when children are displaced, what happens? They don't have access to education. They will not have access to healthcare facilities. They will be separated from their parents. They will be in one of the most vulnerable situations. So when we talk about, again, child rights, conventions of the rights of the children, these are all blatant violation of the child rights. If you don't take care of the climate change today, then we are violating child rights. That's very clear. And what we have found, wherever there is migration policies, it doesn't include children. Or where we are talking about children, we are not talking about the climate change. So we are looking for that policies. We're trying to work with governments, trying to work with the civil society, with all partners, where we want children to be part of the action plan. And we also want the voices of young people, the voices of this adolescent, to be in that decision-making process. Unless and until we start inculcating the voices of children in the action plan, we are missing out, all of them. I mean, when I was working in Tamil Nadu, when Tamil Nadu government was preparing a state action plan, the planning commission out there, the state planning commission, Ms. Santa Shilanayak was the vice chairperson. Very first thing she said, can we break from our tradition and try to have a section where children's views are taken into care in our planning process? Unless and until you involve them, it will not happen. So we will continuously, they are there, but they are invisible. That's what will be the problem. So to your first question, what we all can do is to ensure young people, the adolescents who are going to be affected, are part of this journey. We can't neglect them. This is one. The next one is about the social and behavior change communication. The social and behavior change communication can only be triggered when all of us work in partnership. as sir mentioned about media. Media has a role to play. Yes, not only about raising awareness, it's also about creating that sensitization. It's also about engagement. If you see how, like, we have young champions like Mr. Biswal, they can promote peer education. The peer education is one of the way how you can sensitize and mobilize the people to adopt a new behavior. I remember there is lovely initiatives in Odisha, like Sadvik Foundation. I'm sure some of them will be here. I see them doing fantastic work. During Bali Jatra, the committed young people working out there, day in and day out, trying to make Bali Jatra plastic free. How many of us are really worrying that, yes, I should not be dropping the plastics here and there? But when everybody were leaving Bali Jatra, these were the folks who are there to clean it up. This is where that engagement thing comes. Unless and until, sometimes when you go and talk to the young people, yes, I want to do, but where? Where I will do? These are the lovely platforms which, with the help of media, with the help of social media, we can propagate and call these young people to come and participate. Now here Ranjan is sitting. Ranjan's initiative or water initiative. The initiative where with Ranjan, we all have worked for the Youth for Water. These are also those lovely platforms. Bring the children together, bring these young people and give them that laksh. Once you give them that aim or that goal, what we have to do, the process of behavior change starts. It's not about you, me. We will not be there in the next 40 years' time. But these are the people. These are the people's future we are talking about. Give it to them. They will give us a better world. They will be able to help us in achieving the SDGs which Mr. Biswal was mentioning about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think so far the speakers have been basically answering my question to Tathagat sir about why the conclave. And the answer seems to be a resounding in the affirmative, yes. Now we'll go to, we'll come back to you, sir, in the next round. But then we have a conscious planeteer, as she calls herself, Nilima. And she has talked about, I was hearing her somewhere where she talked about how she influenced behavior change in her friends. She talks about how her friends used to look forward to her posts on social media. I hope all of you are going to post on your social media pages about your key insights or your takeaways from this session today. I'm sure we will share the hashtags that you can tag Dharitri, the Youth Conclave, all of that. But Nilima, two things that I would want you to speak about. One is to continue the discussion that Mr. Roy started about how do we bring about behavior change, how do we influence the behavior in others, how do we become conscious planeteers ourselves. What I love about you is you don't stop asking questions to yourself, is this right? And if you, it's a very difficult world out there if you start questioning, should I use paper cups or should I use glass? If I use paper cups instead of plastic, am I contributing to deforestation? If I use glass which needs to be washed again and again, am I wasting water? If you start questioning, I don't envy being a person who constantly asks questions. But so I would want you to talk to us about how we can be these conscious planeteers. And two, I know that you had this wonderful journey of going to the Arctic, one of the first, probably the first person from Odisha to go on that journey. And you said that you saw that climate change was real. But at the same time, when you did your fundraising to go there, you talked about how Odisha faces climate change, and we all know about it. In fact, I say, forget everything else. It is not a global problem, it's a local problem. Nowhere else in the world, I keep repeating it, do we not know when our summer vacation is going to happen? It depends on the moods of the sun. That is only in Odisha that, our summer vacation is determined by, Surya Batanga mood upare. So yes, Nilima, how was the experience of climate change being real different from in the Arctic, different from what you faced here, and how do we become conscious planeteers?
Hi everyone, good morning. Thank you, Sujit Babu. if you consider about the climate change situation, one tends to feel very helpless about it. But as individuals, what we should strive to is trying to make those localized changes as all of us try to do in our own individual capacities. I had to go all the way to the Arctic to understand as to how climate change was impacting me. But when I came back to Odisha, I realized that we could all find our Arctics in our home. We could find our Arctic in our communities, in our schools, in our own households itself. And that's where the change starts. So it was an experience of a lifetime, definitely. But the key is to not feel helpless and to keep going about it. That is the first thing. Question yourself and understand opinions, understand the various sides of whatever things that we try and use in our daily lives. I've tried to become a minimalist as much as possible. So that's how I'm striving. Should I show the presentation right now? Okay. So I have a very short presentation about my experiences in the Arctic. The next slide. So, the first thing that when we noticed was that when we went there, the temperature was around 11 degrees centigrade on one of the days. It was chilly, it was windy, yet it was 11 degrees centigrade. I was prepared for specialized clothing for sub-zero temperatures. Yet, seeing this temperature, the surface temperature of 11 degrees centigrade made my minds go berserk. Next. This is an Arctic reindeer. I mean, it's one of the species that's found very highly there at the Arctic region. Next slide. But when we went there, we saw skulls of Arctic reindeers. There were around 200 skulls of these Arctic reindeers dead there. Why? Because they face the impacts of climate change. Now, with an increase in precipitation or with an increase in rainfall, what was happening is that the reindeers could not dig through the snow to get to the food, to get to the grass. Kahinki besi borsa hi jauchi, so that snow was getting converted into ice. So they could not dig through that ice to actually reach their food. Hence they were dying due to starvation. Next slide. Next. These are the epitome creatures of climate change. I mean, polar bears and two cubs that we saw. Now, when we realize how they are facing the impacts of climate change, is their food habits are changing because they are unable to catch proper food. The next generation of offsprings that are being produced are slightly less healthy. They do not get the appropriate nutrition. Thus, there are impacts on reproductive systems. There are impacts on their housing systems, which are collapsing because of changes in temperatures. Next. This is the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. So basically, this is it's also called the Doomsday Vault. The Doomsday Vault basically houses crop diversity, or it houses seeds from all over the world. This was facing the impacts of climate change because the front or the exterior of the wall was undergoing repair and maintenance. Now, at a place where permafrost and thick rock would actually help survive the crop diversity, this was undergoing a change. This was actually melting. Next. And of course, we found a lot of plastics there. So there were cigarette lighters, bottles high up in the Arctic where we never expected to find so. Next. When I came back to Odisha, all that I saw was mixed waste around me. There was bottles, there were stuff that could be recycled, there was stuff that could be composted, but yet there was not being done. With the State Action Climate Plan, waste management is also one of the major focus areas of trying to reduce waste. and not give mixed waste to the landfills, as these are producing GHG gases and methane emissions. Next. Talking to children and talking to youth is what inspires me and helps me go. And this is how the way forward should be. You have to encourage the next generation and maybe not make it a situation of gloom. As Adyasha ma'am mentioned, a dark, desperate future to a bright, green future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bright green future is definitely something that we are all looking forward to. We'll come back to you, Nilima, in the second round. But just before we go to our star speaker today, who's come all the way from Chennai, Arun, I hope you remember that I had mentioned that you can ask questions. So if you have any questions, please be very specific. Write your name, your institution, and your question, and our team will collect it from you. And then some of those questions we'll try and pose to the esteemed panel here. Now, Arun, of course, is as as well recognized as any young environmental hero in India could be, from the Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat to Time Magazine's Next Generation Leader this year. But that is not what impresses me. What inspires me is the fact that he has worked with over 60,000 youth over the last many years in cleaning up and restoring over 180 water bodies across the country. And he's worked in Odisha as well. His entire work is about, as he was saying, and something that I completely believe in, it is not about what we are doing, but how do we, show the way for other people to do it, and particularly young masses. So, Arun, I would want you to speak to our young people here today on, share some stories about what gives you this energy, the energy of the youth that, drives you, and some inspiring stories of how young people have brought about change and what they can do. And also I would want you to talk a little about, your key mantra about the 3 Ws, waste, water, wildlife, that you talk about, which is not just about cleaning up, but about addressing this holistically, this thing. And what I also find very interesting is when you say that we need to work towards, not fight for. Very often we think about how do we battle climate change, how do we address it? And some people think that maybe we need to fight for it. And you are very clear and you clearly say that no, we need to work towards. Fighting does not help. So, Arun, over to you, and then we'll again come back.
Good morning, namaste. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and many congratulations to Dharitri. My greetings, salutations to fellow panelists, all senior members, and the larger, wider audience. How many of you here are 18 to 25 years old? Yes. How many of you have a smartphone in your hand? How many of you can turn your smartphone, put it on the table, and give me your full attention for the next 7 minutes? Yes? Because we are a generation which is dumber than our smarter devices. Unfortunately, that's what we've come to. What a beautiful state, Odisha. And when you think about Odisha from outside of Odisha, this is a state that has representation in the form of the sea turtles, the elephants, the dense jungles, the mighty ocean, several island pockets, and more. Often when you think about Odisha, from outside of Odisha, the thought is, here we are in the raw resource state, a state that provides, a state that's almost like that of a mother, who never gets recognized, who always has to bear the brunt of pain or whatever the child does. That's my second request. Don't clap throughout, because we are trying to have some kind of an exchange. There should be a reason as to why we are spending all that coal ka energy on these lights and this air conditioning which is freezing me, and why we are sitting here, correct? Now, somehow in this conference, in this confluence, there should be that one person who steps out of this door today with an action agenda which makes a difference to Odisha and the environment. Otherwise, this is just another platform where I flew in as a hypocrite taking an airplane, and then we probably sat in this hall, spent more energy. All of us spoke about climate change and actually didn't contribute anything to it in terms of mitigating it, combating it. That is where today, the reason why I asked you to put your phone down, I'm not a good speaker. I can bore you in 3 minutes. What are you here for? Why are you in this conference? Some of you said you were here last year. Some of you are here this year. All of you are going to come back next year. What is the point of coming, sitting in a place and constantly talking about it, and what is it that we're going to achieve together? Look, Dharitri as an established newspaper is doing its role. The government official is doing his role. You and I are probably doing our roles the best way possible. But now that we've all come together here, we're investing a resource which is not money, a resource which is much more valuable than money, which is time. Why are you giving us this 2 hours? Why are you giving us this 6 hours of today? You could have done so much more. Which one of you here does not know plastic is bad for the environment? Which one of you here does not know that the animals are being slaughtered left, right, center in the forest? Which one of you here does not know that the shampoo, soap, detergent, to every item that you and I use today is contaminating the planet? We all know every bit of it. But who is acting on it? We love to talk about the problem, and we love problems. I'll give you an example. One very dynamic city in our country where most of us go for jobs and more. There is a special lake in that city which often catches fire, right? And then I was telling my friend, who also happens to be a journalist, look, we're cleaning our lake with nearly 70 people, and it's iconic simply because all these 70 individuals are raw volunteers. Just out of a social media post, they've come. And these people are showing so much vigor and passion for conservation. You should come. The friend said, I'm going to be there, but don't expect me to write about it. I said, no, I just want you to come meet these young people. She came. She watched this whole story. She saw energy unfold, people picking up trash. And when we are picking up trash, a middle-aged lady came and said, what is the point of all of you cleaning? And then she threw a bag of garbage into the lake. And then we're looking at, you and I don't speak the local language. You and I are not able to connect with the grassroots. We're still talking about global standards. We're still talking about global terminologies which does not resonate to a fisherman, to a farmer, to a school student who's probably in the corners of Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, wherever. And then she also said, if I go back and write in the paper that these many people did this, that's not going to trigger interest. When this same lake catches fire, or when this lake has foam, you please call me, I'll come. And let's write about that in the first paragraph. And then the remaining 4 paragraphs, let's write about how also people cleaned it. And I will guarantee large section of our audience will stop with the first paragraph and go on. We love problems. The polar bears have to die, the ice caps have to melt, and all of this has to happen, and you and I will still be very convinced, yeah, climate change is happening, oh bloody humans, they're doing this, what are we? Because you and I are gods and saints. We are not contributing anything to any of this. And then the biggest disappointment that I have when I speak in an adult section, all adults, including me, always want to be young and youthful. But then for the problems of the future, we only want to go to the schools and the colleges. Because the problems created by the adults, we are trying to find a solution through the kids and through the youth. And come to the youth. How equipped are we as youth and young people? I'm not even adding me to that list. I'm talking to the 18 to the 25-year-olds. Flora and fauna of Odisha. The coastline of Odisha, nearly 500 kilometers. Gahirmata, Rushikulya, your dolphins, your Chilika, and more. What is the interest you have? If you asked me to introduce Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, the cities I almost fall in love with every single time I think about them, I will only talk to you about the lakes, ponds, the marsh, the hillocks, the animals that adorn that geography. In a matter of 60, 70 years that we live in any geography, the kind of irreversible damage that we bring to that ecology and the environment is a crime. But look at every other life. It contributes. It takes only what it wants and never has a negative impact in the true sense like we do. If I asked you to introduce Odisha to me, what would you talk about? Probably one of the longest serving chief ministers, and you'll probably talk about the food, you'll talk about the temples, you'll talk about Puri beach, and probably a few religious structures. Where is the natural heritage of Odisha represented? Where is the natural heritage of Odisha finding its resonance when it comes to India? When we don't take pride in the natural heritage and in the natural envy that we have, how are we going to protect it? How are we going to conserve it? These are questions which every individual here, because all of us want to be young. That is why in a youth conclave, I still find 60, 70-year-olds, because that is, age is just a number. And the platform ahead of us, the opportunity ahead of us, I will tell you why. We travel across India. And one question I'm often asked, Odisha is as much mine as much as yours. If you're still sitting there thinking he's not from Odisha, he doesn't speak Odia, yes, I don't. But this is mine as much as yours. And I can care for this as much as you do. When we travel across the country, the one question I get asked, which state takes care of its environment better, Arun? Where are the lakes better? And the only answer I have, in the name of religion, caste, creed, language, politics, gender, and so many other categories, you and I can be divided. But there is one thing which binds us together as one country, as one people, which is our ability to abuse nature. We don't care about environment. We claim to, but we don't. Look back 60, 80 years. We were that civilization which knew how to live in harmony with nature. We had a backyard where there would be banana stem and all the vegetation where the compost would naturally happen. We were a generation where a small community had a subsurface dugout which had a pond, a local pond in which you were not even allowed to spit. You were drawing water from there. Every celebration, again, think of any state in this country, every celebration was around sun, water, crops, and animals only. We were pioneers in sustainability. But we needed the world to come and tell us sustainability, comprehensive, holistic, growth, development. And then where are we today? We want to be somebody else. We don't wear our clothes anymore. We don't eat our food anymore. We are not us anymore. And that is where catastrophe after catastrophe is making a difference. Look at Odisha again. Super cyclonic storms. The number of deaths that used to happen in this very state a few decades ago to how this state is super prepared today. Technology that we're using. We are really smart people. The problem is we're smart and we're also hypocrites. And I keep saying we because I'm part of that tribe of all of us. We need to think about how we're going to use technology better to make lives better. We cannot stop another fellow human being from achieving sophistication in life. We can't ask somebody to forego everything. Simple lifestyle is definitely the order of the day, but it has to be by choice. And that choice can only be made when there is enough awareness. Through this conference today, I know how much time, effort, money they've put in. And it really pains me that if we're just going to talk and walk out of these doors. From this, let's get together at tea, at coffee. Don't give gyan to anybody. Don't talk about something which is happening. Talk about how when Dharitri celebrates 50 years, next very year, when you and I are going to be back, I really want to come back. Yes? And I will come back on my own. When we come back, no, please don't clap, please don't clap. When we come back, 5 water bodies that we could have restored together with all these people, with all of us together, probably a good afforestation where the officer is struggling probably because he does not have enough voluntary support, or if we can take the phenomenal climate action plan that he's drafted, take it to schools, and today not talk about that movie star, today not talk about that football match that's happening somewhere, today not talk about anything that's sensational, but talk about our future and spread that word of action. I'll tell you why. This country fascinates me. The only country with a geopolitical boundary within which you will find a lion and a tiger in one within one geopolitical boundary, as I mentioned. You go to Indonesia on the right, they'll show you tigers. Go to South Africa on the left, they'll show you lions. Bring them to India, lion and tiger in one country. The hula gibbon, the golden langur, the elephants, the rhinos, the Asiatic wild ass, the great Indian bustard, the great hornbill. You name them, we've got them all. Our sea turtles, dolphins, and more. Ecosystems blend and merge into finesse, from the glacial ecosystem to the desert, to the evergreen forest, to the mighty open ocean, where you have dolphin, sharks, and whales, and the one country which can celebrate its aquatic animal, a blind dolphin, in the lakes and the rivers of our country. Why be an irresponsible Indian in such a beautiful India? Why not take the task of responsibility? Environment conservation is about exploration. When you explore, you experience. And when you experience, you evolve. It's one lifetime. It's one lifetime. Please don't think about unrealistic, unwanted human egos and emotions. It serves no purpose. Just fall in love with India. Look out for every nook and corner of this country where you and I can make a difference. You're a history teacher. In the form of teaching history about environment, you can make a difference. You're an engineer, engineering practices which is pro-planet, you can make a difference. You're a doctor, think about the medical waste. End of day, whatever be your profession, whoever you be, whatever be the identity, we are a human in this being. I will leave you with this thought. I was speaking in a school of very bright young students where I was introducing them to a concept called Anthropocene, human impact on everyday human activity and its negative impact on the planet. And then I was introducing them, they were different ages, Ice Age, Stone Age, and N Age. I asked these kids, what age do you think we're part of? A 4th standard boy stood up, raised his hand, and he said, garbage. Because that's what we are leaving behind. Mahanadi to Krishna, Godavari, Kaveri, as they drain into the open ocean, they carry the sewage and the garbage of almost every city, Cuttack, Bhubaneswar, Chennai to Trichy and more. All of this is coming into the ocean and it's coming back to the beaches again from Puri to Vizag to Chennai and more. There are real problems, but there are equally exciting solutions. In one lifetime, we can spend that holistically thinking about solution. Be a part of the solution. Please don't worry about the negativity, the problem, because just being worried is only going to make things worse. Next year, same time when we meet, the Dharitri is this day. See, this newspaper could have been started by one individual. It's probably been run by one set of managers. But then it's what represents Odisha and it speaks for Odisha. Every anniversary of Dharitri should technically mean that 12 months, these many trees got planted and they've grown bigger than us. This is how many lakes got restored. These are the number of students that actually got aware, sensitized. And Odisha's model is being followed in the Kerala Assembly. Odisha is represented in the Arctic, to the UN and everywhere. Let's just quadruple it. Let's just multiply it in such a force that Odisha still happens to be the mother who teaches this great country in how to go forward. And we become the sustainability champions. All through today. Forget everything else and see what you are, who you are. Spiritual awakening is what holds this country together as one and still keeps us going despite all the negativity in the world. India has seen it all, but India has survived it all simply because of rules of nature and the spiritual laws. I strongly believe in that. I always believe turning points do not happen. At some point, we have to turn. And Dharitri's anniversary should be that point where you and I decided we will turn and we will do something for nature. Yes? When you finish today, just think about what you got out of today, right? What did you get out of this whole conference? And my biggest thing is, I'm definitely going to work with them. I'm going to bring the resources, don't worry. Yes? We are definitely going to see how we all can work together. 5 water bodies restored in Odisha next year, same time. That's why I'm here. You tell me how you're going to be a part of that. It's as simple as that. Just shut your eyes. What is your favorite number? What is the most favorite thing you'd like to eat, which is a natural product, a fruit, a vegetable, or a tuber, or anything? Which is your favorite direction? Which is your favorite animal? In Odisha literature, which is your favorite poem, or anything that you read about nature? When was the last time you took a lungful of clean, fresh air? When was the last time you drank fresh water from a river? When was the last time you forgot yourselves and just swam in that lake or a pond? Nature has so much to offer. We're restricting ourselves into that device that you've just placed on your table. And I really wish we set out, explore, experience, and thereby evolve. I thank you for inviting me. Again, don't clap for me. I've come here to use your hands for a better purpose, which is to set a way forward for India and her environment from Odisha. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Arun. I know that many of us are waiting to join hands with you, and next year we have a target. I think Mr. Roy talked about the Lakshya. You have given us a goal here. Do we have questions from the audience that have come in? Yeah. Just as the questions come in, a quick question to Tathagat sir and Mr. Murugeshan. Yeah. So you mentioned about, of course, as I said, the aluminium and power, and basically about power. Of course, we are supplying to the country. I know that in the state action plan on climate change, there's an ambitious target about integrating renewable energy. I know, Tathagat sir, you are quite passionate about this issue as well. And we have, of course, a lot of sun and wind, but of course there are challenges. What are your thoughts on renewable energy? And also, do young people have a role with that? Quick responses. Yeah, you can begin.
Renewable energy is a very fashionable term, and we all realize that modern man, in his or her desire to progress, to develop, is only dependent on energy for whatever progress society, we call society, is making. Even if you look at the core of these so-called smart cities that the government of India has designed, they're all cities that are going to be wired. That means they're going to be huge consumers of energy. That little bit that I went to school and college and what little I know, the sum total of energy remains the same all the time. Energy cannot be produced out of nothing. It is the same thing that is going round and round. To understand better what I'm trying to say, let's look at the electric car, which is a craze now globally. Whether you've heard of Tesla, Elon Musk, or Land Rover's new electric car, Mercedes' new electric car. Everybody loves that expensive green number plate. It's a status symbol. If you have that in a place like Delhi, they will look at you a second time like they look at somebody who has a lot of black cats around them. So it's a status symbol. I'd like to read out just a brief thing. For example, to produce a single 450 kilogram weight battery, it requires about 230,000 kilos of lithium, cobalt and zinc. Mark my word, 450 kilo battery, to produce it, we are requiring 230,000 kilos of lithium, cobalt and zinc. Apart from these minerals, it's also, this is proven fact, anything between 100 to 300 barrels of oil to produce one battery. And it produces 10 tons to 40 tons of CO2 for producing that same battery. And what is the energy that the battery gives you? The battery in turn gives you energy which you would normally derive from 1 barrel of oil. But since you are saying that I don't want to use fossil fuel, I don't want to use minerals, but to produce the battery, we are using up so much fossil fuel, so much minerals. So what is really happening, what I notice, is that we are just exporting our emission from richer areas to poorer areas. Because today, again, like in the 1600s, there was no proper definition of political, geopolitical countries. There were no countries as such. There were kingdoms, and they didn't have really hard and fast borders. After the 16th century, only we started developing countries. But now what is happening is the countries are divided between the rich and the poor. So when we talk of India, India is not one. India is very many countries. Delhi is a country by itself. It has a life of its own. It produces trash which is thrown in Haryana and Rajasthan and other places. Those are not part of Delhi. They are not part of NCR. Similarly, Bombay is a country. Similarly, here in a smaller scale, we living in Bhubaneswar, we are a country separate from, say, Kalahandi or Dhenkanal or Sambalpur. We are separate from them. We are a country of our own. And when we produce these batteries, these electric batteries for as renewable energy, for avoiding emissions, there is no such thing as zero emission, as all of us know. When we are producing these batteries, thinking that it is zero emission, we are going to increase mining of these minerals from something like 400 to 4,000%. That's the amount of mining that's going to go up just to produce these electric batteries, which will run our cars. So we need the cars. Only thing is, we are trying to avoid emission from our own, in front of our eyes, and push it somewhere else. Urban centers in India and the world are huge consumers of electricity, of energy, of power. This very room, as Arun Babu talked to us a little while earlier, this very room, all of us sitting here, we can see the air conditioning. Thank God they have switched it off. Now it was like freezing us here. I don't know how comfortable you boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen were, but we were like freezing here. We just couldn't wince because we are on stage and you would all be laughing at us. The amount of energy this one room is using is, it's like in Arun's language, it's actually, we are criminals. Honestly, we are criminals. I had not thought that radically, but today listening to him, I have become a little bit more radicalized, and today it is wrong to say radicalized, but I wish all of us would get environment radicalization, you know, instead of religion and economics and money making and business. If we could get radicalized environmentally, that would be so very welcome. So I have come to realize that there is no alternative source of energy, whether it is sun or wind or whatever you use, to tap it also, the kind of, you know, when I see these solar panels, like lines of solar panels, we have farms in Rajasthan, I've gone and visited some. We have rich people in Bhubaneswar who have put up solar roofs thinking that they have gone in for alternative energy sources. But I was thinking, and so also my colleague Brijesh, we talk about this often, that where are those solar panels finally going to go? Because those are not going to survive forever. 6, 7 years, 10 years is the maximum life of a solar panel. Then that becomes trash. So that will be the next big problem. And that also, I think, finally there will be shiploads of used, spoiled, not working solar panels which will be dumped in countries in Africa or India. We'll be handling that trash also very soon. Therefore, with no real alternative energy available to us right now, the only way I find, or I can suggest, is that individually all of us can act and all of us can do something, and I am trying. I am not saying I have reached that yogic level of attainment, but I'm trying. I'm being conscious with every move. We can use less energy, as less as possible. And one thing that I have been always talking about is, why are our roads getting so broad and our sidewalks are getting non-existent? Wherever you would have traveled across the world, even in countries, poorer countries like Vietnam or Cambodia, there you will see the roads are narrower and the sidewalks are bigger. In Vietnam, huge number of people go on bicycles. In Cambodia, they use the sidewalk. But here we believe that we are in Los Angeles. We do not need to have sidewalks. You must have a car, otherwise the cops are going to stop you. Why are you walking? That's the only place in the world I have seen where I was stopped by a policeman. Why are you walking? I said, I'm sorry, I am a foreigner. I don't live here. I don't have a car here. No, but you cannot walk. You should not be walking here. So that's the only place on earth where I was stopped by a policeman, nowhere else. And there it is not approved if you are walking. But in a country like India, we should consciously encourage walking. So I was checking out on the Smart City program. You'll be surprised to know there is hardly any mention of sidewalks or footpaths, as we call them. There's no need for footpaths, because smart cities, you're supposed to be wired up, otherwise you should be zipping in your car or your bike. So when we come down to these basics, then only we can cut energy, and there are many other things, but I am sure I will not take too much time. Sujit Babu is impatient. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for these very thought-provoking points. But Shobna has been telling me that I think we are already half an hour behind schedule. So I would request everyone to very quickly respond to some of these questions. Murugeshan sir, on the same lines, Mr. S.N. Das, who's a retired DGM of NALCO here, wants to know about the state action plan to bring down coal use. And there is also a question from Shubhankar Mahanti about the strategy for carbon sequestration, capturing and storage. Yeah.
Regarding, I was telling in my speech that we are producing, because as most of you must be knowing that we have got sufficient, when we are the largest, second largest deposit of coal in the country next to Jharkhand. We have got sufficient water. That's the main reason. But you all must have heard also in the last COP conference also, they said that we must phase out, and some of the countries have come out. But in India, we can't phase out coal for thermal power production, because our demand is so much. It may take several years to phase out to coal and come back to your other non-renewable energy, as Mr. Satpathy said. That again, see, it's every action has got equal and opposite reaction. There is no doubt at all. So if you go for battery operated, you will have how to dispose the battery or the panels, but only solution is to how much I can reduce my energy consumption. That's the only way. That's the only thing is that, okay, instead of going for a normal vehicle, you go for a battery operated vehicle. So at least the pollution is at a particular place which can be regulated where it is polluted. Because in a city like, then again he was talking about, Mr. Satpathy, about we had, you must have seen most of the people are coming from Odisha, in Bhubaneswar. About 4 years back, and again we are going to have another hockey World Cup also. The government did all laning for cyclists, but you can see, and today as a newspaper you can go and see, all the cycle lanes are parked with the vehicles. So how, yes, and yes, it don't work, but see, we can't go on. See, we being human being or citizen of the country, we must have lot of responsibility. Every day you start with how much you are contributing to your carbon footprints, how much water you are using, how much AC you are using, how long you are using the water for your, because as my young child, I am from Tamil Nadu, native of Tamil Nadu. I am from Dindigul, you must be knowing. I traveled more than 8 kilometers to fetch 2 parts of water, because Dindigul is one of the dry city. Of course, now water supply has come. We face lot of problem now. We have come, so but we can't immediately. But government is trying its maximum, because the maximum you must have seen also, 30% of the loss energy generated is lost in the transmission itself. That is, they are going to reduce it also. And the solution of battery now, okay, it's still another question that, but now the gut call, the government organization, that you can put a thermal power station, you can get it connected to your main grid line. So you can, how much you use, balance amount it get credited, and you will also get subsidy out of that. That's a good scheme. The government is trying. And the second question is about the carbon sequestration. Yes, Odisha is carbon sequestration. There is no other way. That's the only way is the tree plantation. We must have seen. Anyone has got. You can go and see the survey of forest report. We are having every year we are going on adding forest. In addition, not only the regular forest and also mangrove forest. This is the only state the mangrove forest has increased by more than 3%. Whatever the existing forest. That we must thank like the people who are working in that mangrove areas, not only the government, NGOs, school children. Lot of people are, it is a joint effort. It's not only the government effort. Government cannot make effort. Government cannot work. Who is government? You and me. If you mix only, it's the government. Otherwise, I can't do. Why you should be? People all should come and sit and hear, listen to me, because you want to know what's happening in the government. You must act also. That's mayor. Then second thing is. Wood is the best, I would say, because I was also for 7 years in Bangalore for a deputation. So wood is the best. Why I am saying, you can go to again and Google it. How much energy it requires to make a 1 cubic feet of wood, natural way, then how much energy is to make a 1 cubic feet of aluminum, you find out. It is more than 2,400 times carbon footprint we are adding from the way of collecting. I'm not only aluminum, steel or brick, whatever we think that, no, I am reducing the wood, I am going for alternate. You are totally wrong. You must make use of wood, grow more plants and make use of more wood. That's the only way. Thank you.
Very interesting. There's one technical question, so I'll ask that first and then go on to other questions. Very quickly, Arun, there's a question from Farhan from Ravenshaw. Since you were at Google, he wants to know about the impact technology has on climate change. I know it's a big question. Yeah.
Immense impact, right? Like the servers and the power energy required to run these servers, and the amount of data storage and the kind of data dissemination and the technology usage in everyday aspect of life. It is immense. That's exactly the point. See, can we just wipe out all of that and just be bare on the streets? Impossible. Right? Life has reached a certain sophistication. In that sophistication, when we are trying to find solutions to existing problems, in the name of a solution, we can't create newer problems for the future. So that's what. See, again, it's very easy to say that it has to start from us, but it is the easiest thing to do. We, as an individual, rather than looking at a multinational corporation and what they're going to do, we have to question the corporation, no doubt. We have to ask the government the questions, no doubt. But when the consumer and the user end changes in the supply chain, everything would see a hit and impact, is my opinion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Roy, very quickly, there's Bishal Mahanti here from Basic Science College, who had this question about how does one join hands with UNICEF? There are many young people who have that desire and who are willing to, yesterday also in a different context, someone asked me, how can I reach out to UNICEF? So, and you also mentioned about, how UNICEF is trying to give voice to young people and engage them. You mentioned the Youth for Water. So, quick response on how, if someone wants to, work with, what are the opportunities or how do they connect?
See, there are multiple platforms with whom UNICEF is engaged. So we try to mobilize the youth and the young people to come and join us, as Youth for Water is one of the platforms where we try to mobilize them to come and join with us. Then we also have the platforms like NSS, Bharat Schools and Guides. These are all the established platforms. So through them also we try to work with them. And we also have the program like UNVs. UN volunteers. That's again one of the programs where young people can associate themselves and not only work, associate with UNICEF, but with other streams of UN, they can associate themselves and work. But before, one point which I wanted to make, you were asking me about the behavior change and how we triggered that. I just wanted to share one example. Couple of years back, maybe around 2012, one of my friends who was working in Sundarbans, when they were trying to talk to the community about climate change, they were unable to make out. Okay, climate change, oh, these things are changing. So it was not, with all of us, we all talk, as Arun mentioned, it doesn't really hit us. So what we did, we gave away 50 cameras to the women in Sundarban areas, asked them to take photographs of anything and everything that you like, of the nature. They took. And we asked them to do a second round of photographs after 6 months. The same thing that they had taken. And help through a consultation. Same frames. You took the photograph of the riverbeds. After 6 months, go back and take. And then we sat down with them to ask, what are the changes you are seeing? Yes, they were able to identify, oh, there has been a lot of erosion out here. This tree is no more there. This is not working. So that was the first step of our behavior change sensitization program to start with. And now the community has come together to own up the responsibility. This is where I want to say, even this kind of initiative with the youths will be the first step of behavior change.
Just giving them the opportunity to go out and do something. Nilima, this is a question about your pet peeve. Devi Prasad has a question for you. I know that you talk about single-use plastic being the biggest problem, and he says, it's a reflection that as we now, in his own personal life, he is not able to see any practical change in his day-to-day life. Okay, though he knows that, single-use plastic is banned in India from 1st July. So, your response to that?
I think Arun has already mentioned, we all know who the villain is, we all know the problems, but surmounting those problems seems very initially difficult as such. But I think it's just best to carry on your own task, and people will choose to ignore you, they'll choose to talk about you first of all, and then maybe they'll get inspired by you. But the first thing is that you have to make those changes at your own level. And you talk about influencing government policies, then write in articles, take out, social media is again, and technology is a great enabler. But I think one needs to do at one's own best own capacity, and rather than not feel doomed by the entire situation. We have to have that glimmer of hope going on when we see that amount of plastics in river bodies or in our places. But as Arun very rightly mentioned, our own habits were very sustainable by nature. If we go talk about soap nuts were something that we used to use long back. Vetiver grass was something that we used for our hair. Ash was something that we used for cleaning, and lemon was something that we used for cleaning our dishes and utensils. I think we just need to go back to our own things in the past and use it to the best of our abilities. That's it.
Thank you very much. Just last, in just one sentence, as a moderator, I act as the interface between the audience and the speakers. If they would like to connect with each of you, how do they do that? It's okay if you miss the spelling, you can always go back to the recording. It will be there on Dharitri Live. You can see the video again and get it. So if they read the climate change action plan and they want to connect with you, as you said, how do they do that? And the same for everyone.
It's available in the website. It's available in the website. You can just Google it as a climate change cell. Climate change cell, it's available.
And the contact there?
Contact number, everything is there, including my photograph also. You can see. So that shows that I am authentic, it has given.
First of all, don't ask for anybody's contacts. When your work is done, the contacts will come to you. Yes? indiaenvironment.org is our website. It has my contact, email, everything. And for a network, all of us, let's connect, and that's the only request. indiaenvironment.org.
For us, it is 44 Suryanagar. You don't need appointment. You don't have to call anybody. Just walk in. We'll be there to receive you.
That's the UNICEF office.
Yeah. You can check our website www.sebagreen.com. We are there on all social media platforms as well. So happy to connect.
I have one email that I open about 2-3 months, every 2-3 months. It is TATZAUDI, Tango Alpha Tango Zulu Alpha Umbrella Delta India at yahoo.com. But
War has started.
Sorry?
The war has started.
Yes.
Tango Elf.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we had a great session. Just last words, something that all of us have heard, which we use in our organization, and a statement which has been there for centuries, and that is, if not us, what comes after that? If not us, who? If not now, when? Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Sujit Babu.
Take all the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sujit Mahapatra. Thank you to all our panelists. Now I would request Shri Tathagat Satpathy sir to kindly present memento and uttariya to all our panelists and moderator, please. Ladies, please bring the mementos on the stage. First of all, to our moderator, founder and volunteer, Vakul Foundation, Shri Sujit Mahapatra. Thank you for agreeing to be the moderator for the first panel. Now to our panelist, Dr. K. Murugeshan, IFS. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us as our panelist. To present it to environmentalist, Jain Goodall youth leader, Shri Arun Krishnamurthy, please. Many, many thanks for joining us as our panelist. I would request Shri Satpathy to present it to Dr. Sugata Roy, Social and Behavior Change Specialist, UNICEF. Many, many thanks, sir, for being our panelist. We would like to present it to environmentalist and entrepreneur, Ms. Nilima Mishra. Thank you very much, madam, for being with us as a panelist. Thank you so much. And a big thanks to Tathagat Satpathy, sir. Thank you so much. So here we come to an end of the first panel. Bartaman tea break samay ame 15 minute pai samaste jiba. We'll have tea and snacks. Then we will come back and we will continue with the sessions. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, yes. We have got a beautiful musical performance by Shri Vasu Dikshit in exactly 15 minutes. So everybody please try to come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
EQ सब फ्लैट रखिए. फ्लैट है, शार्प सुनाई दे रहा है. अभी इंक्रीज किया क्या? लोस इंक्रीज किया? नहीं, ऑल फ्लैट.
Check 1 2. Hey hey hey.
कांटों के मौसम में फूलों की खुशबू को चुनते रहो. दम भर के सांसों में उम्मीद कोई जगाते रहो. मुश्किल में जीना न भूलो, कोई गीत सुनते रहो. सुना रहा हूँ गीत वो, ये गीत ही है गीत वो. मैं गा रहा हूँ गीत वो. Sound check. Is the levels are okay outside? Okay. Cool. Thank you. मैं इधर कम कर रहा हूँ. I'll mute it here. Actually आप म्यूट कर दीजिए, बैठेगा नहीं.
distributed more than 30,000 earthen water pots in educational institutions and to individuals. He has created and thrown more than 100,000. Every year, he organizes Vriksha Bandhan, tradition of tying seed rakhis to trees, with a mission to promote a sense of brotherhood towards nature. Mangrove cleanup hero Rahul Maharana has been relentlessly working for protection of mangroves. To reduce the impact of plastic pollution in the mangrove ecosystem, Rahul undertakes weekly visits to Devi River mouth for cleanup and awareness activities. Mangroves have an incredible ability to capture and store carbon and can be a solution to the climate crisis. Nirakal has been creating awareness among local communities regarding wildfires with the help of Forest Department officials and Van Suraksha Samitis. He creates workshops on forest fires and ensures the participation of the local community to mitigate incidents of forest fires. Bapi Gochayat is on a noble mission to spread awareness towards a plastic-free Odisha. He has so far collected 1.5 tons of single-use plastic waste and sent those for recycling. He plans to continue in his green mission and plantation drives, which according to him, would definitely go a long way in reducing the carbon footprint. Sagar Kumar has been working on conservation and protection of house sparrows, peacocks, Egyptian vultures, pangolins, Asian black bears, and several bird species. Sagar and his team are actively involved in the rescue of injured birds in Barhampur Forest Division, Ganjam. Sathi Parivar led by Siddharth Pradhan has undertaken a host of activities to spread awareness on prevention of forest fires and snake bites. In order to create awareness among locals on preventing forest fires, the outfit undertook a 320 kilometers bicycle rally titled Forest Fire Prevention Bicycle Awareness Ride in March this year. Odisha Paryavaran Sanrakshan Abhiyan is a team of students and youth devoted to nature conservation, protection of olive ridley sea turtles, and mangrove forests in coastal Odisha since 2014. OPSA works on marine and mangrove habitat protection and restoration, bird and wildlife protection in summer, community networking on illegal wildlife trade. Amresh Naresh, along with his fellow climate workers, has been working relentlessly to spread awareness about a greener and more livable future since 1991. They have so far created as many as 26 Gramya or rural jungles. Amresh and his group have planted around 5 lakh saplings besides distributing over 10.5 lakh saplings free of cost.
ଗଛ ଅନଧିକାଂଶ ସହିତ ଏଇଟା ଆଗ ଲାଗିଲା 2014 ମସିହାରୁ ଲାଗିଲାଣି ଗଛ ଗଛ ଲାଗିଗଲା ପରେ ଭିତରେ ଆଗ୍ରହ ବହୁତ ବଢ଼ିଗଲା ଗଛ ଦେଖିଲା ପରେ ଖୁସି ଲାଗୁଛି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଭିତରେ ରହିଗଲି ସେଇଠୁ ଆମ୍ବ ପିଜୁଳି ପଣସ ଡାଳିମ୍ବ ବଢ଼ିଆଳ ଏମିତି ଔଷଧୀୟ ଗଛ ମିଶେଇକି କେତେ ସବୁ ଲାଗିଛି ଆଉ ଆମର କୁଟୁମ୍ବ ନଦୀ ପଥରା ଆମ ଗାଁ ପଟ ସାଇଡ଼୍ରେ ଯେତିକ ଅଛି 100 ଆମ୍ବ ଗଛ ଆଉ ଅଣା 60 ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଗଛ ଅଛି ବହୁତ ଆଉ ସେଠୁ ଗଲେ ନଦୀ ଗାଁରୁ ଗଲେ ଆଶ୍ରମଠି ଆମର ସେଇଠି ବି ବହୁତ ଔଷଧୀୟ ଗଛ ଫଳ ବି ଗଛ ଅଛି ଭଲ ବହୁତ ଗଛ ଅଛି ଲାଗିଛି ଲଗା ହେଇଯାଇଛି ଆଉ ଗଛ ବି ଦେଖିଲେ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଲାଗିଛି ଗଛ ପରିବେଶ ବି ସୁରକ୍ଷା ପାଣି ତ ସପ୍ତାହ ଥରେ କି ନହେଲେ ପାଗ ଦେଖିକି ଗଛ ଦେଖିକି ପାଣି ଦିଆଯାଏ ଗଛଟା ଉଚ୍ଚା ଜାଗାରେ ଅଛି ମାନେ ସେ ନିହାତି ପାଣି ବହୁତ ଲାଗୁଛି ସେ ଚାଲିଛି ଗାଁରୁ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ଡାକିଲେ ବି ସେ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ତ ଆମର ଏଠି ନଦୀ ପାଖକୁ ଚାଲିଛି ହେଇଗଲା 5 ବର୍ଷ 8 ବର୍ଷ ହେଇଗଲା ଚାଲିଛି।
Sarpanch on a green mission introduced the setting up of a local climate monitoring system involving teachers, students, self-help groups, SHGs, local club members, and village leaders in his area. Under his leadership, community campaigns like Amma Paribesha Amma Hatare, Our Environment in Our Hands, did wonders and helped in restoration of forests and green cover. Satwik Soul Foundation, the largest plogging community of India, have plogged beaches, hills, mangroves. They have conducted 270 drives of trash cleaning campaigns, which motto is plastic-free environment. We offer monthly awareness events, such as bike rallies, plantation programs, and campaign pledges to boycott single-use plastic at a variety of educational institutions, including colleges, schools, and universities. We have planted 10,000 plus tree saplings in our various plantation drives in school, colleges, and educational institutions. We distribute plants, saplings with the message of importance of green environment, and we are using the concept of throwing native seed balls. We religiously celebrate Van Mahotsav and urge the masses, emphasizing on celebrations in organic and sustainable ways. Satwik Soul Foundation's blogging community not only contribute for sustainable lifestyle for environment, but also encourages others to be part of this community and focuses on behavioral change. As harbinger of change, blogging community are a silent message bearers of sustainable lifestyle practices and influence generation to make a clean green environment for a present and future generation.
I would request everyone to kindly come back inside the hall and be seated. We are ready to start with the musical session, and then we are going to begin with the second panel of the day.
Check.
I would invite everybody back inside the hall. Let us start with the musical performance in the next 2 minutes. So we are all waiting for all of you who are having their snacks and tea. We hope you can finish in 2 minutes and you can join us inside. Thank you.
Symbols give a whole new identity to the otherwise common. Symbols unite, they divide. Symbols Symbols give a whole new identity to the otherwise common. Symbols unite, they divide. Symbols trend, or they get lost in the midst of time. Mankind's nature observation, the eventful recreation of sights in the form of art, led to the evolution of symbols. With a deep meaning and sometimes hidden ideas, these symbols.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the tea break. I am sure ଆପଣ ସମସ୍ତେ ଏବେ ଟିକେ fresh feel କରୁଥିବେ ଆଉ ready ହେଇଯାଇଥିବେ ଆମର ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନର musical session ପାଇଁ। Last year ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମର conclave ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଥିଲା ଏଇ concept ଥିଲା କି କିଛି celebrated true genuine artist कम musician को आमे एटी आमो परिवार रे शामिल करिवु। एई वर्ष भी सेमती किछि ही हेछि आ आपणक भितरु अनेक जण गत वर्ष भी थिले एई वर्ष भी अछंती, so you can feel the same taste and even more. So now let us please welcome a fabulous musician of our country. He is the founder of Swaratma, a folk rock fusion band. Vasu Dikshit, he is the performer, turns unconventional performances spaces into tools to drive social change and raises voice for West pickers, who are often stigmatized in our society for the work they do. His band is socially conscious and has taken up causes such as discouraging the use of plastic. So please welcome a wonderful performer, a soulful person, and a wonderful stage presenter as well. Jordar Tali Saita, let's have Vasu Dikshit on the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Usually people respond. I think the snack was little heavy. Are you sleepy? Are you all sleepy? Thank you. So can I try again? Good afternoon. Much better, much better. I'm just making sure you're all listening to me. I'm a musician from Bangalore, and like she said, I play for my band Swaratma and also my own collective called Vasu Dikshit Collective. And often people wonder why music in such a serious conclave, and is it just because of entertainment? Probably not. I have realized that music has that innate quality and power to communicate and express, which we otherwise as human beings sometimes fail. So through my music, I would like to tell a story. I was traveling in a train. I'm from Mysore, now living in Bangalore. I keep traveling. And there was this conversation about the river Kaveri. You all know where the river Kaveri flows, right? From Madhya Pradesh to probably Himachal? No? Okay, south, fine. So there are 5 states in South India. It used to be 4, 5. And not all South Indians are Madrasis. Just clarifying. And so the river Kaveri flows from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu. And every year, it becomes a political issue of who should have how much water. So there was this conversation between one old lady and few young men. So the young men were from the agriculture background, and they were saying, how can we give our water? We need it. What will we do for our crops? And the old lady was like, dudes, water has to flow. Don't stop it. It's Mother Nature. Don't try to control it. And of course, the whole conversation went on in different directions. And in the end, the lady, when she was getting, she says, but have you ever thought of what the river is feeling? What the river is thinking? And going through, looking at her own children fighting on either side of the bank. So that gave an idea for the song called Pyasi, which is the voice and the lament of the mother river, Kaveri.
प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के, थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के। प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के, थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के। प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के, थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के। अश्क तो बहने दो, पानी हूँ पानी रहने दो। कहाँ से आई कहाँ से आई, कहाँ है जाना, किसकी बोली बोलना है अब। कहाँ से आई, कहाँ है जाना, किसकी बोली बोलना है अब। किसने है ये खेल रचाया, पुतला बना के तुमको नचाया रे। प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के, थक गई हूँ मोगरों पे रुक के। मेघा तू भी मेघा तू भी मेघा तू भी लौट जा रे, घर समंदर भूल गई हूँ। मेघा तू भी लौट जा रे, घर समंदर भूल गई हूँ। राख को क्यों मुझ में बहाया, टूटे किनारों पे क्यों झुकाया सर। प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के, थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के। अश्क तो बहने दो, पानी हूँ पानी रहने दो। धूम न धूम न देर धूम न, धूम न धूम न देर धूम न। Come on everybody sing. Dhum na dhum na dera dhum na. Sing, sing for the water that we live for, water that we waste, water that we fight for, water that makes us thirsty, water that quenches our thirst. Sing, sing, sing. Dhum na dera dhum na. Come on. I can't hear you. Louder. Dhum na dera dhum na. Keep singing. प्यासी हूँ मैं
थैंक यू। तो थोड़ा एनवायरनमेंट से हट के कुछ और बात करते। या इज इट ओके? यीशु अल्लाह और कृष्णा, सुनने वाले सारे भक्तजनों से विनती है कि सब अपने मोबाइल फोन लीजिए, हमारा वीडियो लीजिए। जी हाँ, खाली 30 सेकेंड्स के लिए लीजिएगा, मोबाइल फोन लीजिए, वर्टिकल वीडियो बनाइए, स्टोरी बनाइए, रील बनाइए, हमको फेमस करिए। और धारित्री लाइव को टैग कीजिए। मेरा नाम है वासु दीक्षित वासु मेरा इंस्टाग्राम हैंडल है, मुझे भी टैग कीजिए। वैसे भी मैं जब कहता हूं फोन मत लीजिए तो फोन लेते हैं, तो फोन ले लीजिए। यीशु अल्लाह और कृष्णा, कौन भगवान है अपना? यीशु अल्लाह और कृष्णा, कौन भगवान है अपना? फूल पे फूल चढ़ा दे, दिए पे दिए जला दे, फूल पे फूल चढ़ा दे, दिए पे दिए जला दे। माला पे माला जपना, माल को अंदर करना। माला पे माला जपना, माल को अंदर करना। यीशु अल्लाह और कृष्णा, संत कबीर ने, संत कबीर ने देखा था कि सपना, जहां पराया कोई नहीं, जो भी है अपना। आप सोच रहे होंगे, स्पेशली नौजवान पूछते हैं, ये संत कबीर कौन था? अरे संत कबीर कौन था? अरे संत कबीर वो था जिसकी वाणी थी ज्ञान की गगरिया। संत कबीर वो था जिसने अपने दोहों से मानवता का धर्म समझाया। तो आज उसी कबीर के बारे में कुछ बोलेंगे, कुछ गाएंगे और इस यूथ कॉन्क्लेव में थोड़ा रंग जमाएंगे। तो संत कबीर आया धरती पे। आप सोच रहे होंगे, ये दाढ़ी वाला क्या पागल है? संत कबीर तो मर के 500 साल हो गया, पर धरती पे कैसे आया? हम आपको दिखाएंगे संत कबीर धरती पे कैसे आया। क्या आप तैयार हैं? हमारे साथ गाएंगे और संत कबीर को बुलाएंगे। चलिए रिपीट कीजिएगा। संत कबीर धरती पे, अरे ऐसे कह रहे होंगे तो सिक्योरिटी वाला भी नहीं आएगा। संत कबीर है भाई, थोड़ा ऊपर से आना है, गाइए। संत कबीर धरती पे, मैं बैंगलोर से इसके लिए नहीं आया यार, थोड़ा गाओ। संत कबीर धरती पे, धरती पे संत कबीर, और संत कबीर धरती पे, जोर से। धरती पे संत कबीर, अरे संत कबीर आ गया है। पीछे मुड़ के क्या देखते हो नौजवान? संत कबीर है, तुम्हारे दिल में है, तुम्हारे मन में है संत कबीर। जी हाँ, हम सब में है संत कबीर। पर ये दुनिया की जो दुनियादारी है, ये रंग बिरंगे लाइटें हैं और ये जो मीडिया है, इसने हमें अंधा बना दिया है। तो संत कबीर है, हम सब में है। घर जाके सोचिएगा कि है कहां?
तो संत कबीर आए धरती पे और बोले कि 500 साल में कुछ खास नहीं बदला है। जीने के लिए जो जरूरी है वो श्वास नहीं बदला है। पोशाक बदली है पर इंसान नहीं बदला है। डर वही है, डर का सामान कहीं बदला है। पहले चलती थी तलवार की धार, अब चलती है गोलियों की बौछार। 500 साल में कुछ खास नहीं बदला है। पिछले जमाने में सीता मैया और द्रौपदी बहना के स्वयंवर हुआ करते थे। आजकल हर कोई सेल्फ स्वयंवर कर रहा है बम्बल और टिंडर पर। तो 500 साल में कुछ खास नहीं बदला है। आपने देखा होगा रामायण में एक बाण चलाया तो एक बाण 1000 बाण हो गए। अभी 2 साल पहले एक वायरस आया, हजारों करोड़ों वायरस हो गए। तो 500 साल में कुछ खास नहीं बदला है। कबीर 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 कोई बनता नहीं। कुछ नौजवान हैं जो पूछते हैं बाबा मैं समझा नहीं। अब उनको उनकी भाषा में समझाना पड़ता है। किंगफिशर बीर, ट्यूबार्क बीर, बडवाइजर बीर, कल्याणी ब्लैक लेबल बीर, ये सब बनता है पर कबीर बनता नहीं। पैदा होता है जब बच्चा तो बातें सारी नहीं जानता। वो नाम नहीं जानता, धर्म नहीं जानता, जाति या दुनियादारी नहीं जानता। जैसे फूल का रस चुरा ले कोई काला भंवर, गीली मिट्टी पे लगा दे कोई पैर की मोहर। अरे ये दुनिया है जो बनाती है दीवार या दिल और दिमाग पर। पैदा तो सभी होते हैं कबीर बनकर। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं दिन में तो सब है ज्ञानी, अरे साधो दिन में तो सब है ज्ञानी, और रात में चोर की नानी। दिन में तो सब है ज्ञानी, रात में चोर की नानी। यीशु अल्लाह और कृष्णा कौन भगवान है अपना। यीशु अल्लाह और कृष्णा कौन भगवान है अपना। फूल पे फूल चढ़ा दे, दिए पे दिए जला दे। फूल पे फूल चढ़ा दे, दिए पे दिए जला दे। माला पे माला जपना, माल को अंदर करना। यीशु रे अल्लाह रे, कृष्णा रे अल्लाह रे। यीशु रे अल्लाह रे, कृष्णा रे। यीशु अल्लाह और कृष्णा कौन भगवान है अपना। बोलो यीशु अल्लाह और कृष्ण की। अभी ताली बजा सकते हैं। डू आई हैव टाइम फॉर वन मोर? नहीं, वो स्नैक्स ज्यादा हो गया ना। Okay, I need to get one small instrument to continue. It's right there. No. Just mute this guitar, please.
Okay, coming back to the subject of climate change, nature, and environment. This song is about how we are connected to nature. And this is in Kannada, but don't worry. Kannada is one of the lovely South Indian languages, and I have grown up speaking it. I have lived. You can live listening to it for 5 minutes. I will explain to you what the song is about. This is actually a poem by Mamta Sagar, and it's called Nadi Olage, which means inside the river. And she says, in the river, I see the reflection of the sun, the sky, the cloud. I see them, the sun, the sky, the cloud. I take this water in my hand, and I take them all, the sun, the sky, the cloud. I throw this water in the air, and in each drop I see them, the sun, the sky, the cloud. All of this water fall on me, fall on my body, the sun, the sky, the cloud. I take the water again in my hand, and I drink. I drink them all, the sun, the sky, the cloud. Now tell me, who is inside whom? Nadiyolage. ನದಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ತಣ್ಣಗಿನ ಸೂರ್ಯ ನದಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ತಣ್ಣಗಿನ ಸೂರ್ಯ ನದಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ತಣ್ಣಗಿನ ಸೂರ್ಯ ನನ್ನ ಬೊಗಸೆಯಲೊಂದು ನದಿ ನನ್ನ ಬೊಗಸೆಯಲೊಂದು ನದಿ ನನ್ನ ಬೊಗಸೆಯಲೊಂದು ನದಿ ಮೇಲೆರಚಿದರೆ ಹನಿ ಹನಿಯಾಗಿ ಚೆಲ್ಲುವುದು ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೇಲೆರಚಿದರೆ ಹನಿ ಹನಿಯಾಗಿ ಚೆಲ್ಲುವುದು ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆ ನದಿ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ಸೂರ್ಯ ನದಿ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ಸೂರ್ಯ ನದಿ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಬೊಗಸೆ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿದರೆ ಕುಡಿದಂತೆ ಬೊಗಸೆ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿದರೆ ಕುಡಿದಂತೆ ನದಿ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ಸೂರ್ಯರನ್ನ ನದಿ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ಸೂರ್ಯರ ನಾಡಕ ಯಾರು ಯಾರೊಳಗೆ ಅಡಕ ಯಾರು ಯಾರೊಳಗೆ ಅಡಕ ಯಾರು ಯಾರೊಳಗೆ
ನದಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಆಕಾಶ ಮೋಡ ತಣ್ಣಗಿನ ಸೂರ್ಯ Thank you very much. Thank you, Adhyaya ji and Tathagat sir, for allowing music to be part of communicating something that we all live in and we breathe about. So I'm very thankful that such places music can find its value. So thank you very much once again. My name is Vasu Dikshit, and I will be back again for another session in the afternoon, making sure you're not sleepy after the lunch. So, thank you. Stay tuned.
So everybody, 3 cheers for the fabulous Vasu Dikshit. Hip hip! Hip hip! One more, hip hip! Thank you, Mr. Vasu. We are waiting to hear you once again. And yes, the camera memory is still there, so we need to record more. Thank you. So we will make some changes on the stage, and then we are going to start the second panel session.
Thirsty birds in summer, Subhransu Kumar Satpathy of Dhenkanal started an initiative They Really Need Us. Till today he has distributed more than 30,000 earthen water pots in educational institutions and to individuals. He has created and thrown more than 100,000 seed balls in various regions of the state. Every year, he organizes Vriksha Bandhan, tradition of tying seed rakhis to trees, with a mission to promote a sense of brotherhood towards nature. Mangrove cleanup hero Rahul Maharana has been relentlessly working for protection of mangroves. To reduce the impact of plastic pollution in the mangrove ecosystem, Rahul undertakes weekly visits to Devi River mouth for cleanup and awareness activities. Mangroves have an incredible ability to capture and store carbon and can be a solution to the climate crisis. Miracle has been creating
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the second session. Let me welcome on the stage the moderator for the second session of the day. He would be Professor Shri Surya Narayan Mishra, the Assistant Professor, Keats School of Management. Please welcome him on the stage. He is an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur and IIM Lucknow, an educator and an entrepreneur. Shri Surya Narayan has co-founded Unmukt Foundation, an NGO dedicated to education for the underprivileged and works in the field of environment. He has founded and is managing Gilerio, a community-led ecotourism initiative. Mr. Mishra, we welcome you on the stage and thank you for being the moderator. Now we will welcome the panelists on the stage. First would be Ms. Neha Shivaji Naikwade, the lead Climate Data Program Climate Collective, UN Youth Climate Leader. Let's have you on the stage. The 27-year-old mechanical engineer Neha is the co-founder of Youth Cell Parva that works towards zero waste initiatives. Neha works extensively with climate tech startups and student innovators in Global South. She has supported more than 140 innovative solutions to help reduce the industrial GHG emissions and support vulnerable communities in adapting to climate change. Neha Shivaji Naikwade, we are very, very happy to have you as our panelist. Now let us welcome the environmentalist and radio jockey, Ms. Varsa Raikwar on the stage. For the last 5 years, 27-year-old radio jockey Varsa, who hails from a small village in Madhya Pradesh, has been educating communities about climate change and environmental degradation through radio. Apart from being one of the primary change makers showcased in National Geographic's One for Change campaign, Varsa was named one of the United Nations Young Climate Leaders in 2021 and is one of the 17 young climate leaders named part of We the Change movement. Varsa's show Shubh Kal reaches over 5 lakh listeners in 150 villages across Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. Varsa, we are delighted to have you as our panelist. Now we will welcome our next panelist, author Mr. Sagar Pradhan on the stage. The 30-year-old writer Sagar Pradhan has written many books on technology, the most notable being, I think everybody knows about this, the Internet of Things. He also writes on electronic and medical waste management, single-use plastic and other environmental issues. He has been donating all proceeds from his books towards plantation drives. Sagar was named the World Environment Day Hero by the United Nations in 2021 for his contribution towards environmental causes. Mr. Pradhan, we are very happy to have you as our panelist. Now let me welcome on the stage our next panelist, climate activist, computational designer, Ms. Ayadi Mishra. We welcome you on the stage, Miss Ayadi. Ayadi is a climate activist who works at grassroots levels for inclusion and accessibility to climate education. She is an earth advocate with EAY and policy evaluator under UNFPA, focusing on climate finance and sustainability. Her work concerns climate mobility, inclusion, and climate education, where she has her own coalition under Volunteer for India called the Project Wonder, which works in central India to realize an inclusive green future. Ms. Mishra, we are elated to have you as our panelist. And finally, we will have our next panelist on stage, the biologist, Mr. Prakash Mardaraj. Let's have you on the stage. Mr. Prakash is a wildlife biologist by profession, author, photographer, and traveler. He has been actively involved in wildlife research for the past 15 years. He has contributed towards wildlife conservation, working on terrestrial and marine wildlife projects, addressing issues like resolving wildlife conflicts, endangered species management, and ecosystem restoration, focusing on the Indian sloth bear. We are very, very happy, Mr. Mardaraj, that you joined us as our panelist. And now I would like to hand it over to Professor Surya Narayan Mishra to start with the session number 2.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Before we start the session, I would just like to take a quick check whether people are in the session or just sitting in the session. Can we have a quick show of hands? How many of us are attentive here? Okay. Okay. The back benches are absolutely out of the session. Not even attentive. Okay, great. Can we have a quick hip hip hooray for the panelists here? Hip hip? Hip hip? No, I'm not hearing the back benches. So I'll just do it one more time. 3 cheers for the panelists here. Hip hip? Hip hip? Hip hip? Okay, great. Thanks. When you are a teacher, you start talking and you go on for 1.5 hours because that's what you've been trained for, right? So I'll not do that here though. We will let the panelists speak and we'll try to extract as much of wisdom that they have here. This panel is a tough act to follow given the first panel. And my job is a little more difficult because I am succeeding Sujit Bhai. Sujit Bhai is a well-known anchor and does a very good job. I don't have the energy or the humor or the charisma. So please bear with me. In spite of that, we'll try to make it fun for you. First, I must thank all my panelists for coming here, taking time out and doing this. And that gives us a responsibility. When I say us, I mean myself as well as the audience, all of you. What is that responsibility? To utilize their time and wisdom to the maximum. What is your duty as the audience? Is to engage. But more importantly, I'll take on a thread from what Arun shared in the first panel. Why are we here? Everybody knows what is good, what is bad. We are here to start a dialogue, to get inspired. Those are two big things. But the biggest thing is to go out of this room today with some specific action in our minds. If we are not doing that last bit, then we are not doing justice to our time and more importantly, these wonderful people's time. We must go out of this room today with some specific action in mind that we individually can do. Soumya Biswal in the morning talked about act local, think global. Go as local as your own home, your own family, your own school, your own hostel, wherever you are. But think of some specific action. Can I have a commitment from everybody in the room to do that? Okay, very mild yeah from just like 7 people around here, including the wonderful Basu. Can I have a commitment from everyone that everyone today will go out of this session with a specific action to reduce climate change, to improve environment? Can I have a commitment from every individual? Okay, one last time. There are like 30% who are still not engaged. That is what happens in every single class. I'm used to this. Don't bother about me. One last time. Can we promise that we will go out of this room today with a specific action in mind? Can we? Yes, okay, almost 90%. That's my benchmark. I'll move on now. Okay. I have a lot of stories to share regarding, climate change and environment and all of that, but today is not about me. Today is about the environmentalists who are giving their lifeblood, their time, their career, their entire lives to this. I'll start with the example of our speaker in the morning, Soumya. He's been working on environment dedicatedly for the last six odd years, but before that also he has been working on that. He does that full time. How does he do that full time? What is required to do it full time? I have another example sitting right next to Soumya. Bichi Bhai, Bichitrananda Biswal. He is a state awardee for the Biju Patnaik Environmental Award in 2019. He started at the age of 10. At the age of 10, dropped out of school, dedicated his life for conservation of turtles. He's been doing it for 30 years, 30 odd years. He's a little older than me, 41-year-old guy, doing it for 31 years, started at age 10. And here we are, thinking today in this conclave, how do we start a career in environment? How do we sustain it? And that's my first thread to start the discussion with Neha. Neha, please help us understand how to get into climate as a career. What are the opportunities available? When does a young person sitting here, maybe that 18 to 25 that Arun talked about, how do they get into this? How do they start that? Over to you, Neha.
Thank you for asking that question, and thank you so much to the team at Dharitri for having me here. And it is wonderful to see all of you young faces here who have come from different parts of Odisha to listen to this. So before I get into the answer to this question, I just want to ask audience, just whatever skill you have at this point, do you think you can use that to help someone, or by yourself do something that can help climate change, be it through mitigation or be it through adaptation and resilience effort? Like, just raise hands if you think that you can use the skill that you already have to help this effort. Okay, very, very few hands. Let me tell you guys, each one sitting here, any skill that you have is literally needed to join this movement of climate action to, help the whole effort of mitigation and adaptation. And literally each one of you, be it first year students or be it, industry leaders or be it professionals who've been in this industry for years, right? All of us, whatever skill we have is needed to be put towards climate action, right? So getting back to the question of how do we start, right? I think just a couple of years back, I was one of those who knew that climate change is happening and things are bad, all these numbers coming out with IPCC, etc. And I thought I want to be part of the solution, but how, right? And then I looked towards myself, trying to figure out what are the skills that I have, right? I knew data science, I knew number crunching, and I knew I can manage people and teams, right? And then I thought, can I use these skills to figure out a role in some company out there who is working towards, the climate efforts? And to my surprise, there were roles for me in every second company, and these companies were climate tech startups, these companies were NGOs, these companies were even the big fours and, the big names that we have. Everyone is trying to make some effort towards climate action, but they lack resources, they lack talented people, right? So I would say that all of you already have this skill, but we just need to start using it. And first step is to educate yourself, and then second step is to figure out where your skill can be used, right? It could be volunteering, yes, definitely, but more than that, you can literally make career out of this. The green jobs, the climate career jobs are expected to grow 11% next year. And we know that, in next 10 years, every job is going to be climate job, right? So why not start just today? Hope that answers your question, sir.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for that, Neha. I would also like you to talk a little more about your work, how you transition from the corporate to now into the development sector, full-time working for the environment and other things. So just talk about your work a little bit.
Sure, thank you. So I work with an NGO called Climate Collective Foundation. We help climate tech startups across global south, be it from their early stage where they need handholding and capacity building support till the later stage where they need fundings. And we also work with students to sort of help them transition to this climate tech workspace, right? So that's what I do. And so far we've supported more than 900 startups. Yes, there are 900 startups working on climate friendly alternatives and climate friendly technologies. Yep. So, there is positive thing that is coming out. So that's what my work revolves around, right? Helping technologies, and not only new technologies, existing technologies need to be implemented at right place and right time, coupled with right policy to make sure that, the greenhouse emissions are under control, or to help corporates reduce their emissions through the processes that they do, or have a circular business model. So all of these startups are, trying to achieve that, and I'm very glad that I get to help these startups in any way possible, especially through capacity building, in taking their products to the market, right? So that's what my work is. And how I came here, again, I didn't know. I knew that I wanted to work in climate space, but I did not know how. I did a bunch of volunteering here and there, and then I realized that it's probably not enough. I need to use entire of my work time into, climate action specifically. And that's how I came across this NGO after attending few sessions like this. And you guys are very lucky that, you have this diverse set of network here who you can talk to today and find mentors who can help you transition into this field. And that's what happened to me. So I would say that take full advantage of this opportunity that you have today. Talk to anyone whose work you like and figure out, if you can work with them to figure out your place in this climate action that we all are talking about. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Neha. So that is one specific action for all of us, right? All of us can do that. Just talk to other people who are doing activism at a very grassroots level or at a very high policy level even. We had the UN people in the morning today, right? Talk to them. Find out where you can fit in and how you can contribute. That's a great thought, Neha. इसके बाद हम जाएंगे वर्षा रायकवार के पास. वर्षा आरजे हैं, रेडियो बुंदेलखंड के लिए वो शो करते हैं शुभ कल, और 5 लाख से भी ज़्यादा लोगों तक ये अपनी आवाज़ और समुदाय के मुद्दों को पहुंचाती हैं. वर्षा, आपसे हम जानना चाहेंगे आपका सफ़र कैसा रहा है. आप इस क्लाइमेट एक्शन के काम में कैसे इन्वॉल्व हुई पहले, क्या आपको प्रेरित करता है, और आप कैसे ये समुदाय के मुद्दों को एक साथ लेके समुदाय के पास उनकी ही आवाज पहुंचाते हैं.
थैंक यू. सबसे पहले तो मैं धारित्री को कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस कहना चाहती हूँ, जो आज उनकी एनिवर्सरी है, और मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आगे और बेहतरीन तरीके से ये ऐसे ही आगे बढ़ते रहें और हम सब युवाओं की धड़कन एक बनते रहें. जब से मैं आई हूँ यहाँ पर यही देख रही हूँ, धारित्री का काफ़ी नाम है और काफ़ी लोग पसंद भी करते हैं, और एक माध्यम जो होता है ना वो बहुत अच्छा होता है जब हम किसी के माध्यम से एक दूसरे से कनेक्ट होते हैं, एक दूसरे से मिलते हैं, एक दूसरे की जो हमारे अंदर स्किल्स होती है वो हम बांटते हैं. वो जो माध्यम होता है ना वो सबसे बड़ी चीज होती है. आरजे हूं मैं, और आरजे की आवाज कभी दबनी नहीं चाहिए. और जैसा कि सर ने बताया कि 2.5 लाख लोगों तक मेरी पहुंच है, जो कि हमारी सिर्फ गांव है उनकी एक एवरेज है. कितने लोग सुनते हैं वो तो मैं नहीं बता सकती हूँ। तो हमारी जो क्लाइमेट को लेकर लड़ाई शुरू हुई, एक तरह से लड़ाई है मेरे लिए तो ये बहुत बड़ी, क्योंकि हम सभी जानते हैं यहाँ पर ज्यादातर युवा हैं और कहते भी हैं कि हम युवा ही है वो जो आने वाले देश का भविष्य है। कहते हैं ना ऐसा सब? अरे हाँ तो बोलिए भैया। अच्छा, जय जगन्नाथ। अब ठीक है, जाग रहे हैं सभी। तो जब हम जलवायु परिवर्तन की बात करते हैं, मैं हिंदी में बोलूं चलेगा? दौड़ेगा। जब हम जलवायु परिवर्तन की बात करते हैं, हम सभी जानते हैं कि जलवायु परिवर्तन हो रहा है। हम बड़ी बड़ी किताबें पढ़ के आते हैं, उसमें भी देखते हैं कि अगर हम ये काम करते हैं तो इससे हमारे पर्यावरण को ये नुकसान होगा, लेकिन फिर भी हम नहीं मानते हैं, हम वही करने जाते हैं। क्यों? जिस तरह से हम सड़क, पानी, बिजली, इन पर गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर निर्भर हो गए हैं कि भाई गवर्नमेंट है वही करेगी, इस तरह से हम ये भी सोच रहे हैं कि अगर क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है तो उसमें भी गवर्नमेंट आके ही करेगी, हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे। ऐसा नहीं है। आप एक छोटा सा स्टेप उठा के देखिए, छोटा सा, जरा सा। मैं ये नहीं कह रही हूं कि आप बहुत बड़ा कुछ करिए तभी बदलाव आएगा। अगर हम खुद से अपनी जिम्मेदारी जिस दिन समझने लगेंगे तब हम बहुत बड़ा बदलाव एक दिन ला सकते हैं, जरूर लाएंगे। और जिस तरह से सर आपका जो सवाल है कि मैंने कैसे अपना सफर शुरू किया रेडियो के थ्रू, लकीली कि रेडियो मुझे एक माध्यम मिला कि मैं उससे जुड़ के एक जगह से बोलकर अपनी आवाज काफी और लोगों तक पहुंचा सकती हूँ। क्योंकि जब हम एक दूसरे से बात करते हैं तो हम 2 लोगों को सुना सकते हैं, 4 लोगों को सुना सकते हैं, 10, 20, 50 या सिर्फ 1000 लोगों तक अपनी बात पहुंचा सकते हैं। लेकिन रेडियो एक ऐसा माध्यम मुझे मिला जिससे मैं कई 1000 लोगों तक पहुंच सकती हूँ। मैं नहीं, मेरी आवाज पहुंच सकती है। मैं जो करना चाह रही हूँ वो कर सकती हूँ। आप सभी सोच रहे होंगे कि आरजे का काम सिर्फ स्टूडियो में बैठ के गाने सुनाना, एंटरटेनमेंट करना, यही होता है? यही होता है? अब ये नहीं होता है, क्योंकि मैं कम्युनिटी रेडियो बुंदेलखंड से हूं और कम्युनिटी रेडियो का जो काम होता है वो जनता की आवाज बनना। समुदाय के जो मुद्दे होते हैं उन मुद्दों को कैसे हम अपने तक ला सकते हैं और आगे उनका निवारण हम कैसे कर सकते हैं, उस पे काम करते हैं। तो हम जब गांव में जाते थे, लोगों से पूछते थे कि भाई क्या समस्या है, आप पलायन क्यों कर रहे हैं। बुंदेलखंड जो है एक ऐसा इलाका है और माना भी जाता है कि जहां पर सूखा की हालत बहुत खराब है, सूखा सबसे ज्यादा है और ज्यादातर लोग बुंदेलखंड से पलायन करते हैं। मई जून के टाइम पे जब हम फील्ड पे जाते थे लोगों से बात करने के लिए, तब वहां लोग नहीं मिलते थे हमें, लोगों के घरों में लगे हुए ताले हमें मिलते थे। वो तालों को देख के लगता था कि ये क्या है, ये गांव है या तालों का शहर एक बना हुआ है, क्योंकि सारे लोग तो जा चुके हैं, गांव तो छोटे छोटे होते हैं। और जब लोग गए तो क्यों चले गए, तब पता चला कि यहाँ पर ज्यादातर जो लोग हैं वो किसान हैं और किसान खेती पर निर्भर होता है। जब हमारी फसल ही नहीं होगी तो हम क्या खाएंगे और क्या बच्चों का लालन पालन करेंगे। सारे लोग पलायन कर जाते हैं बुंदेलखंड से, अधिकतर। हमने शुभकल कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की और शुभकल कार्यक्रम को सुनने के बाद डायरेक्टली जो लोग हमसे मिले हैं वो 20,000 लोग हैं। उन 20,000 लोगों ने और कई लोगों को शुभकल के बारे में बताया और इस कैंपेन से जोड़ा। मेरी जो शुरुआत हुई थी क्लाइमेट से जुड़ने की, वो मेरे अपने घर से हुई थी, क्योंकि मैं भी एक किसान की बेटी हूँ और मेरे लिए घर से बाहर निकल के काम करना और क्लाइमेट जैसे मुद्दे को ढूंढना कि कोई समझता तो था नहीं। हमारे घर में खासतौर से सबको लगता था कि क्या लड़की पागल हो गई है, ये कोई विषय होता है जिस पे काम करना होता है। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, जलवायु परिवर्तन हो रहा है, ये क्यों हो रहा है, कैसे हुआ। जब फसल देखी कि खराब हुआ तो क्यों हो रही है फसल, तब कहीं से एक जवाब आया कि वो भगवान ने किया था, भगवान की मर्जी है, तुम कुछ नहीं कर पाओगी। तब मैंने सोचा कि मैं करूंगी, कुछ तो मैं ऐसा करूंगी जिससे पता चले मुझे कि आखिर क्लाइमेट चेंज क्यों हो रहा है। तब जाके मुझे रेडियो मिला और रेडियो पे मैंने इसके बारे में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जानकारी इकट्ठी की। क्लाइमेट से जुड़े हुए जो एक्सपर्ट थे उनके पास गई और कोशिश की कि कैसे में हम इनको और ज़्यादातर लोगों तक पहुंचा सकते हैं, ज़्यादा लोगों को इससे कैसे जोड़ सकते हैं, लोगों तक सही जानकारी कैसे पहुंचा सकते हैं। क्योंकि हम जिस तरह से मेरे घर में जो लोग भ्रमित थे, जिनको लगता था कि ये हमने नहीं किया किसी और ने किया है, उस तरह से मुझे लगता है कि और भी समुदाय है जो भ्रमित होगा और उनको सही दिशा दिखाना मेरा काम है। यानी कि मैं एक रेडियो जॉकी हूं और मेरा वही काम है कि सही लोगों तक सही जानकारी पहुंचाना। तो इस तरह से मेरी रेडियो की शुरुआत हुई।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब। हम वापस आपके पास लौट के आएंगे बाद में। अभी हम सागर भाई के पास जाते हैं। सागर भाई आमर ओडिया पिला। सागर भाई ऑथर, टेकी, गोटे टाइम रे शिक्षक मध्य थिले, बहुमुखी प्रतिभा। मु सागर भाई को खाली गोटे छोट क्वेश्चन रू स्टार्ट करिकी तांको कहानी टिके सुनाया पई कहबी। आम संगे आज अछंती सुजित भाई जे ओडिसा रो वॉलंटियरिंग रो फादर बोली जाना जानती। इंडिविजुअल कंट्रीब्यूशन किमितिया जने करि परिबो, जने निजे कोन कंट्रीब्यूशन करि परिबो, माने समस्त ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल लिए अच्छी नेहा तांकर एनजीओ चलै चंती किंबा वर्षा गोटे आरजे हिसाब रे गोटे एम्प्लीफाइड वॉइस दे पारुचंदी समस्त को। इंडिविजुअल कंट्रीब्यूशन मु किछि कोनोसी संस्था सहित जदि न जड़ित मु किमितिया जलवायु परिवर्तन रो विरोध रे किछि काम करि परिबी, सेटा गोटे क्वेश्चन मु आपन पचारै पचाई। द्वितीय होची वॉलंटियरिंग आउ इंडिविजुअल कंट्रीब्यूशन नो कोन रिलेशनशिप आपन देखचंती, आ आपन का निज अभिज्ञता कोन, आपन निज काम कोन, टिके ता ऊपर आपन दृष्टि पकन।
Hello. So, good afternoon everyone. First of all, Dharitri एमती गोटे जिनस करूची। फर्स्ट जेतले मु आद्याशा मैम को ठारू कॉल पाइली, मते लागिला ओडिसा रे मीडिया केवल डिस्कस करे पॉलिटिक्स, डिस्कस करे रिलीजन, कोठी दंगा हला, कोठी किए काउ बाड़ेला। सॉरी मु टिके माने रॉ टर्म रे यूज करूची। एठी केबे कॉन्क्लेव हबो एंड दैट टू क्लाइमेट चेंज and that too we will think about के climate रे कौन कौन changes आछि, temperature बढ़ी जाउची, हमरो ब्रेक इवन हे गलानी almost 1.2 डिग्री ऑलरेडी टेम्परेचर आमे अछु, आउ 1.5 हेले कोन हबो जणा नाही। सो एई भलिया जिंस आमे डिस्कस करूथबु ओडिसा रो भुवनेश्वर रे बसी गोटे जगह रे, एटा टिके अनइमेजिनेबल जदि आमे भाबिबा हम मीडिया रो कोन डिस्कशन नो टॉपिक। एवरी डे 7टा बेले 9टा बेले आमे जहाँ डिस्कशन सुनु कि कोडी एमएलए कौन हो गला कौन नहीं, तो मु आई डोंट वांट टू गो टू दैट पॉइंट, सॉरी। तो बाकी बढ़िया लगिला जे मु एमती गोटे जिनस होची मु लास्ट ईयर जान नथली। मु ए वर्ष जेतबे जानिली लास्ट ईयर सब प्रोग्राम देखिली, 3टा सेशन थिला, 2टा सेशन पूरा देखिली। तो आमे बहुत किसी शिखिली, बहुत किसी जानिली। बाकी क्लाइमेट चेंज कौन मु जान नथली एक्चुअली 5 इयर्स पूर्वरु। क्लाइमेट चेंज गोटे वर्ड माने कौन तार, बट मु एनवायरनमेंट पई काम करूथली सत, किंतु मु जानि नथली जे क्लाइमेट चेंज रो इत्ते किसी इंपैक्ट अछि। एसडीजी कौन, सीओपी 26 कौन, 27 कौन, ये सब मते किसी जाना नथला। धीरे 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 मते किसी किसी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलला। तापरे वॉलंटियरिंग एक्चुअली गोटे फुल टाइम जॉब रे रहिले मु काम करे, गोटे टेलीकॉम कंपनी रो सॉफ्टवेयर डिवीजन ने काम करे। तो वॉलंटियरिंग इज नॉट वेरी इजी। आपण गोटे फुल टाइम जॉब रे अछंती, आपण वीकेंड रे करि परिबे, सैटरडे संडे जाई कि किछि कर परिबे, बट समहाउ आपण को तापि गोटे स्पेसिफिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दरकार या फिर टीम ऑफ वॉलंटियर्स दरकार। आपण एका जाई गोटे लेक रे पहुंच जाई कहबेन जे मको सफा कर देबी, तो जे जहां भी हो। तो आमे गाँ रु बिलोंग करू, माने मोर बड़ा बढ़ी जो गाँ रे, तो गाँ रे एक्चुअली मते लागे समस्त गोटे गोटे एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट। से माने सबु जिंस रे आपन कहबे पानी सेठी बंद कर, से पानी नष्ट कहीं करूछु, सेठी लाइट टा कहीं बेकार रे जळौछु। सेटा एक्चुअली आमे भाबु जे आमे कॉस्ट कटिंग करूछु, माने आम बड़ माने कॉस्ट कटिंग करूछनी, नॉट कॉस्ट कटिंग। एटा एनवायरनमेंट पई भी हमको बहुत यूजफुल, हमको बहुत हेल्प करे, कारण हमरो एनर्जी वेस्ट होउची ना। मुझे पानी दरकार नाही ताले हम काई से पानी को नष्ट करिवि। तो गाँव रे लोक मैंने कहती ए गछटा लगा तुलसी गछ भल ये गछ बहुत जिनस आम आम आंसेस्टर ठार शिखी जाइछु ऑलरेडी से माने सबु एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट थिले सेति पई से तळर एनवायरमेंट एते भल थिला जोटा आम धीरे धीरे टेक्नोलोजी को अडॉप्ट करके आम भावुँ आम स्मार्ट हो गलुणु स्मार्ट सिटी तैयारी होची बट ग्रीन सिटी केबे कई थिंक करनी गोटे गवर्नमेंट फास्ट जेतला आसे से भाबिया कथा स्मार्ट सिटी थारु अधिक इंपोर्टेंट होची ग्रीन सिटी कारण तुम फ्यूचर को देखुछो ना फ्यूचर रे किछि दरकार नै आमे खाली स्पेस रे उडिले हबनी निहाती सेटा भी दरकार बट सबु जिंस आमको को निश्वास नौचु आमे प्रोसेसटा नौचु जो ऑक्सीजन टा तार क्वालिटी कोन आपण दिल्ली रे देखुछो आमे डिस्कस करूछु जे एते पोल्यूटेड एयर आम डेली तार रेंज चेक करूछु केते अधिक पोल्यूटेड हला ये ताकू कहूची से ताकू कहूची स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कहूची नहीं एटा आज कहूची से सब बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड टॉपिक आमे एते जिंस को जीवानी मु जदि मोर पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस कहबी मते बहुत लोग पचारंती जे तमे बोधे बहुत धनी कारण तुम तुम बुक लिखिच एत कष्ट करके कंट्रीब्यूशन टाकू कहीं दौच एक्चुअली मो ब्रेड एंड बटर मो जॉब रही जाऊँगी एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट मु मो सैलरी रू एते कंट्रीब्यूट करि परिबिनी ऑनेस्टली माने मते बहुत टाइम रिक्वेस्ट आसे मु किंतु से मो पाखे फंड ही न थाए जे मु देई परिबि का कारण पिला भाबुचंदी कोन ये बोधे बहुत बड़ गोटा रिच पोजिशन ने थिबे सेति पई कंट्रीब्यूशन करूचंती तो से भी भल पर्पस पई कहंती किंतु मु करि पारेनी बट ऑथर हिसाब रे मु गोटे जिंस रियलाइज करिछि आमे तले गोटे बही सक्सेस हुए मोर गोटे अराउंड 18 ने मोर गोटे बही बहुत भल सक्सेसफुल हला इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स जोटा बीपीयूटी पई मु लिखिथिली बीपीयूटी रे बही नथला इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स तो मते लगे आमे सब जो क्रेडिट ऑथर ऊपर उजारी पको ऑथर पूरा गोटा बढ़िया बही लिखिदेला से बहुत पिलांको लाइफ चेंज करदेला इंटरनेट स्मार्ट कोन मोर मु सेतबेले एक्चुअली मीडिया सहित एते कनेक्टेड नथिली मो विषय लिखिया पई मीडिया जे जहाँ चाहिए लिखिला जे गोटे चेयर टेबल को गोटे बढ़िया पो कनेक्ट करदेला इंटरनेट सहित ये करदेला बहुत कथा तो बहुत किछि क्रेडिट मिले ऑथर को आ पब्लिशर को जदि भल बही अछि किंतु केही बुझेनी जे सबु बही गोटे पेपर रे पब्लिश हुए आ गोटे पेपर पई गोटे गच्छ ता लाइफ दिए गोटे गच्छ दिए कि नहीं किए केबे कहिबार देखिचंदी बुक जेतले लॉन्च हुए किए कहे जे अरे आमे पेपर रे पब्लिश कर देलु किते गच्छ आपे मरि जाइथिबे माने केते गच्छ कटा है कि पेपर तैयारी हला केबे के कुहे कि केबे के मेंशन करे कुहंतनी काहे कारण सेटा तो गोटा वे अब पेपर नथिले कोठी प्रिंट हबो केमिति पढिबे बट सेही जिंसटा ट्रिगर करथला मो माइंड रे जे मु जदी किछि करिबी किए जानो किए न जान मु तो आश्चर्य से केमि जानिले मते कारण मु तो कोठी एते पॉपुलर फिगर नुए किछि नुए आई एम नो वन तो केमिति को आदेश मैम जानिले मो विषय मु भी जानि मे भी सौम्य कहिथिबे कि आउ के कहिथिबे मु कहि पारु जे मते टिके टिके जानंती तो मते सेटा ट्रिगर करथला जे जेते पैसा आज भी मु कहूची मु जदी गोटे बहुत बड़ ऑथर होई गली भी किंबा जे भी हो जाए मोर जेति की पैसा आसीबो इट विल ओनली गो टू एनवायरनमेंट प्लांटेशन एंड ट्रीज सो एटा मु किछि बड़ काम करनी किछि मोर एटा ग्रेटनेस नुए कारण तांको लाइफ दउचुनी आमे जस्ट पे करूछु डेबिट टा जोटा डेप्ट हो जाइछि जोटा लोन आमे नउछु जे गच्छ को कहूछु भाई तोते काटी के आमे पेपर तयारी करके बही रे मु पॉपुलर होउछि मते यदि आपण गूगल ले गोटे दिटा मोर आर्टिकल पाउछनी कारण जस्ट बिकॉज से बही पई और से बहीटा पेपर रे पब्लिश होइछि आ सेटा पई सबुटु बड़ कंट्रीब्यूशन प्लांट रो तो सेति पई जस्ट मु तार लोन पे करूछि नथिंग ग्रेट आ गोटे रहला इंडिविजुअल कंट्रीब्यूशन मु दि चारटा पॉइंट लिखिली एटिक आसिया पूर्व जे कि मु जदि जीबी मते पचरा हबो जे आमे बहुत पिलांग मनर थिबो समस्त को खाली सफा कर दबा लेक आउ समस्त जाई कि गच्छ प्लांटेशन गोटे बड्डो लेवल ले करले ताहले एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट हम गोटे टीम फॉर्म करबा जिबा एक्चुअली सत्य कथा कहय गले जे करूचंदी तांका प्रति मोर बहुत रेस्पेक्ट अछि बहुत भलो जिंस करूचन बट आपण जदि सखाळु उठिबे आपण लाइफस्टाइल टाको डिसिप्लिन कर देबे जे नाही भाई एई डिसिप्लिन मु मेंटेन करबी एवरी डे ताले आपण सबुठु माने बहुत बड़ कंट्रीब्यूशन करिवे एनवायरनमेंट पई आपण थरे सखाळु गोटे फिल्टर लगै दियंतु माइंड रे जे भाई एई जिंसटा रे मु एनवायरनमेंट पई एई जिंस रे मु एया प्रॉब्लम करूची गोटे छोटिया उदाहरण कहूची मु जले फर्स्ट बेंगलोर गली सेठी गोटे वर्ड सुनली कार पुलिंग दैट्स अ क्विक राइड इज अ आप से कार पुल करे कार पुल माने मु भाबली एमती केमती होबो जे मु तथागत सारंग कार रे मु जाई परिबी से तांकर गोटे कार रे तीनटा सीट फांका रहउची ता धरे मु भी जाई परिबी तांको ऑफिस मो ऑफिस सेम लेट्स से मु धरित्री रे काम करछि मु रिक्वेस्ट देई परिबी तो सर मु टिके आपन कार यूज करिवि सो दैट मोटे अननेसेसरी व्हीकल को स्किप कली सारंग सहित जीवा सोरे सोशल कांटेक्ट भी बढ़िला सोशल कांटेक्ट भी बढ़िला देन वी कैन थॉट ऑफ समथिंग एल्स आमे गोटे किसी बड़ जिंस भी चिंता करि परिबा जे कि वीकेंड रे आमे गोटे कम्युनिटी कारण सार इन्फ्लुएंसर लोक सारंकर ना सुनले 4 जण आसीबे मो ना सुनले न आसी पारंती सो सार को नहीं मुझे तो गोटे कम्युनिटी बिल्ड कर पारि छोट काम आम गोटे करूँ गोटे जाए प्राइमरी स्कूल रे पिला शिखेबू भाई तुम देख यही जिनस तुम एबेठू शिख सो दैट तुम गोटे भल ह्यूमन बीइंग हम फ्यूचर रे आ तुम 1000 लोक इन्फ्लुएंस कर मेन हूँ प्राइमरी एजुकेशन मु भावे एनवायरनमेंट एजुकेशन जो रही गोटे सब्जेक्ट एटा किसी मीनिंगलेस आम जदि आम +2 रे पढ़ा इट शुड बी इन ए प्राइमरी एजुकेशन बहुत सिंपलर वर्ड रे लिखा कथा भाई जेमती बाँ पटे रास्तार चलवा कि आमको माने पूरा परीक्षा करके क्वेश्चन देकी नहीं आमठू टेस्ट आमर एटा बाय डिफॉल्ट माइंड रे रही कि नहीं आम बाँ पटे जीवा यही डिसिप्लिन पानी पीवा कि जहाँ भी एटा जो हैबिट रो पार्ट से जिनसटा आम जमती एनवायरनमेंट रो सब जिनस गुड़ा प्राइमरीली छोट चाइल्ड लेवल लु सेटा गोटे ग्रो हम माइंड रे जे हाँ हाँ मुझे जिनस गुड़ा मेंटेन करी सो डिसिप्लिन ऑलवेज डिसिप्लिन लाइफस्टाइल ही आसीजिवो बाकी रहा गोटे छोटिया कथा कहबी मु बहुत लंबा कहले तो घंटा 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 कभी किसी लाभ ना किंतु मुझे गोटे मो ऑफिस जॉइन कली गोटे टेलीकॉम कंपनी रे काम करे जमती आगु कहली मुझे जाकि मत दिहला काम जे इलेक्ट्रोनिक बिलिंग सिस्टम सी गोटे नुआ वर्ड शुणी जे टिके क्विक पेमेंट आसो तांकर जो माने क्लाइंट से माने आमर डेटा सर्विसेज वॉइस सर्विसेज यूज कर किंतु जितेबाला इनवॉइस जाकि पहुंची इनवॉइस माने बिल बिलटा पहुंचुची तांका ऑफिस रे से माने ताकू रियलाइज करूचंती तापर पे करूचंती सो इट टेक्स टाइम 15 दिन नो टाइम कि 8 दिन नो टाइम तो से कहले एमिति किसी सॉल्यूशन अछि कि जोटा कि एटा क्विकर हे परिबो पेमेंटा विदिन 8 डेज हे परिबो 5 डेज हे परिबो तो मते सेतमै टेक्निकल लीड करी गोटे नुआ डिपार्टमेंट को नैथिले सेठी मु गोटे जिंस रियलाइज कली मो काम कोन कली न कली सेटा छाडंतु मो गोटे जिंस रियलाइज कली 35000 कस्टमर तांकर इन यूरोप 35000 बिल जाउची तांका पाखु इनवॉइस प्रिंटेड इनवॉइस जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट 5 पेज रो गोटे इनवॉइस जदि जीवो 35000 लोकन पाखु माने कंपनी पाखु केते पेपर वेस्ट होउची गोटे नुआ इनिशिएटिव स्टार्ट कली आमे गोटे मेल देलु कोविड टाइम रे आपन पाखु जाई पारुनी इनवॉइस तो आपण माने इनवॉइस मिस करिवे पॉसिबिलिटी अछि इनवॉइस मिस करिवे आमे पेमेंट पाइबुनु काटि देबु तम ये लाइन डेटा सर्विसेज एंड कॉल सर्विसेज तो आपण गोटे काम करंतु ईमेल आईडी दियंतु आमे ईमेल आईडी रे पीडीएफ करके पठेबु गोटे डिस्काउंट कोड देबी 5% रो सही जो मासरे आपण देबे कारण मोर प्रिंटिंग कॉस्ट गला मोर पोस्टल कॉस्ट गला से कॉस्ट को मु ताकू बेनिफिट दे देबी प्लस मोर एनवायरनमेंट पई भी काम होला मोर एनवायरनमेंट पई भी काम होई गेला कि मोर 35000 × 5 केते नंबर हो आपण देखंतु सेति की पेपर पर मंथ बंची गला 100% सक्सेस है नहीं लोक गूगल बड़ कस्टमर से कहला नहीं भाई मोर प्रिंट दरकार कारण मु डॉक्यूमेंटरी मेंटेन करी ठीक अछि एक्सेप्शन नहीं ठीक अछि भाई ईमेल ले दे दियो हमको सेंड करी तो आपण सब जगह रे जदी जस्ट गोटे फिल्टर लगे देबे ताले बहुत किछि चेंज आसी जे परिबो मु आउ बेसी टाइम नेबिनी फोन जदी मते टाइम मिले ताले मु किछि छोटो पॉइंट 3-4टा रखी छी कहबी निहाती कहबी एति की मोर रहिला रिक्वेस्ट आपण माने से फिल्टरटा लगंतु डिसिप्लिन आउ हैबिट रो पार्ट कर दियंतु एनवायरनमेंट को ऑटोमेटिक डोंट नीड टू बिकम एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट जदि आपण न होई परचुन जदि हेई परचुंती बिकम सौम्य बिकम अरुण हमर आउरी भी भण माने अछन तांको भलिया होंतु निहाती जदि आपण पारुचंती जदि न होई परचुंती जस्ट हैव डिसिप्लिन इन योर लाइफ दैट्स इट
बहुत धन्यवाद सागर भाई आपनक पैशन क्लियरली जाना पड़ुची थैंक यू बिना समय वेस्ट करके मु आयादी पाक को जीवी आयादी हम आपसे ये जानना चाहेंगे कि आप पॉलिसी में काम करते हैं पॉलिसी इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं आप आर्किटेक्ट हैं व्हाट आर द अपॉर्चुनिटी
हेलो कैन यू हियर मी
या
ओके थैंक यू सो मच सो यहाँ पे बहुत कुछ ऑलरेडी बोल दिया ओके आई होप आई एम ऑडिबल यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी बहुत कुछ बोल दिया गया है एंड one of the things that I'm very thankful for Dharitri and my team in UNICEF is to getting me to a place where I can talk because मुझे oratory skills पे अपनी खुद की oratory skills पे तो विश्वास नहीं है. I'm not that great of a speaker but I can do action and I would love for any of you to join me in some way anyway. And I think that is one of the reasons that I am also here. So architecture की I'll talk in Bangla तो बोलते पाड़ी किंतु जानी ना कतो बोलबो. Hindi I'll try and English again. Okay, great. So 5 साल की डिग्री होती है आर्किटेक्चर की, उसमें एटलीस्ट 2 सेमेस्टर्स में आपको पढ़ाया जाता है क्लाइमेटोलॉजी, एंड बाकी आपका ऑब्वियसली यू हैव अर्बन डिज़ाइन, public policy, public administration, and urban policies as well. But the implementation of it is quite hard to understand, and as an individual, आप 20 साल के हो गए, 18 साल के हो गए, कैसे काम करना है, कहाँ पे काम करना है, इतनी समझ होती नहीं है. किताबों में इतना कुछ लिखा नहीं जाता. And I still roam everywhere with my memo, which has just a lot of random chits on क्या करना है, कब करना है, क्योंकि even when you are a professional or you're studying, you have to manage a lot of things. So मुझे ऐसी चीज़ों को देख के बहुत गुस्सा आता है, बहुत दुख भी होता है, बट बहुत खुशी भी होती है कि मेरे से छोटे बच्चे या मेरी उम्र के या मेरे से of course youths have got the brunt of everything. And when I talk about youth, it's not just us, it's cross-cutting. Vulnerable communities, women, you have children. हम लोग जो यूनिसेफ में काम कर रहे हैं, I have been working with UNICEF mainly, and the reason I got to know about this was through ELCOI. So conclaves like this, the ELCOI that happened this year with CE and all these different partners, it gave me the opportunity to meet one of my brothers over here, which is Satya Bhai, जिनका नाम ही सात्विक सोल रख दिया था वहाँ पे. Yeah, and here I got to meet again Arun sir and of course the amazing artist Vasu Dixit. I mean, a huge fan. I'm so happy you're actually here and I got to see you. But these conclaves have a very good opportunity of pushing us towards, yes, of course I can do it. Like my colleague here said, individual contributions matter the most. And that is how I found MICA and UNICEF, which is basically Maharashtra Youth Climate Action. Here what we are trying to do is, I have been involved with the UN for the last 4 years, and somehow I got the opportunity to go to this year's COI and this year's COP. And what I understood is, climate action लगता होगा कि COP और COI में होता है, but actual चीजें leading to it and after it होता है. You have all these different meetings. I'll go to a lot of jargon if you want.
I'll just interrupt you. आप थोड़े abbreviations use कर रहे हो जो
Sorry.
सबको नहीं
Yes,
पता
of
होंगे.
course.
COP और COI थोड़ा अगर आप बता देंगे audience के सहूलियत के लिए तो ठीक है.
Definitely. So that's what I said कि जितना भी UNFCCC और UN agencies में जो भी होता है, when you get into it, it took me 2 years to even understand कि ये हो क्या रहा है, मैं आ भी सकती हूँ इसमें कि नहीं. That is where the UNICEF team helped me. And इसमें youth and NGOs का constitution होता है, which is called YONGO, जिसकी मैं policy lead हूँ. After 2 years of working with them, I am finally there in a position where I can help people and educate things. And of course, the main coalition that I work with works on inclusive education and understanding climate action in local languages. Because हर किसी की भाषा अलग अलग है. India में ये this is a very huge opportunity as well, where why do we only talk in English and Hindi? I can talk in any language that I want and nobody should be afraid of it. These are a couple of things that we in MICA also work with. So again, there are different and various ways that you can be involved in all of this, where as an architect, as maybe an engineer, mechanical engineer, radio jockey, doesn't matter yaar, tumhe jo karna hai tum karo, and in every way it is joined with climate action. So we also have, my friends in MICA are from Latur, Osmanabad, jahan pe again, of course, I focus on mangroves and how important they are. India has half of the population of mangroves for South Asia, and हमारी संख्या 17 kilometer square meter बड़ी होगी, and that's in like a whole decade, and that is just not good. Where these are our frontiers against all these cyclones, against heat waves, again, having land porosity is one of the most important factors. And again, the MICA team has been working on different levels of workshop. आपको लगता होगा आप कैसे इसको join कर सकते हो? It's completely free. It's all open. If you're from Maharashtra, आप कभी भी join करो. And if you want your UNICEF team to also have it, I really suggest that you should maybe approach. And I think my senior Adhika ma'am is also here. She can talk more about this. But we also have a water forum in UNICEF. We have different levels of NGOs working with this. If you want to work in education, if you want to work on your own local languages, if you want to again work with children. I have worked with again children who are from a socially challenged background, जो autism में भी आते हैं और जो neurodiverse में भी आते हैं. So it's all about inclusion, it's all about action, it's all about how we get together and keep the spirit alive of what Vasu sir and what Arun did here. So I think that's it from my side for now.
Wow, wonderful, wonderful. Great work. Yeah, a huge round of applause for her. I'll next go to Prakash Madharaj Bhai. You can use English, Odia, whatever Hindi you like to use. I'd just like you to speak up on a little more on your work. He's a wildlife biologist and he works on human-animal conflict and trying to reduce that. Just talk upon your work a little bit and also tell us what are the changes that you foresee in education to help combat climate change.
Thank you, Professor Mishra, and thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Satpathy, Dharitri, for giving me on the behalf of the animal kingdoms, and especially the sloth bears, to be in this podium to talk about climate change. Actually, हम भालुओं को तो बुला नहीं सकते. Everybody talks about human, Homo sapiens. So I'm here to talk about the animals, what they feel through my work. So starting from climate change, we are talking about how humans are feeling, how Arctic expeditions, how the temperature is rising, how pollution is going on, everything. But the thing is, we are in a comfort zone. If we feel hot, we can turn on the AC. हमको अगर दुख रहा है तो हम गाड़ी में जा सकते हैं. We have the substitute, and for that reason only, this climate change is happening. But what about the other living organism? We are not the only organisms in this planet. There are other. मैंने देखा है जब से काम किया, जैसे सीजनल चेंज हो रहा है ना, हमको तो ज़्यादा अफेक्ट नहीं कर रहा है. चलिए धान हो रहा है, ड्रॉट हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है. There are companies to sort out, government to sort out the things. We are compensation हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है. What about the animals? जो भालू वो अपना मेटिंग पीरियड होता था, फिर बच्चे पैदा होते थे, उसी हिसाब से सीजन था, उसका फ्रूट्स आते थे, फिर वो खाता था. वो क्या करेगा? उसको कौन कॉम्पनसेट करेगा? Nobody is there to compensate them. So the climate change is very typical with the animal kingdom. And जब से हमने देखा कि ये सब हो रहा है, फिर they are coming out of their forest, getting into the urban areas, and here comes the problem. जानवर आ रहे हैं, आके हमारा खेती ने नुकसान कर रहे हैं, हमारे घर में आ रहे हैं, ह्यूमन को मार रहे हैं. They are the culprit. क्या करो? गोली मार दो, रोर कर दो, पकड़ के कैच में डाल दो. But they are facing the climate change more than we are facing. बिकॉज उनके पास ऐसी नहीं है जो कि क्लाइमेट कंट्रोल कर सकें, या उनके पास फ्रिज या सुपरमार्केट नहीं है कि दे कैन ऑर्डर द फूड. जोमेटो नहीं है उनके पास. सो दे आर स्ट्रगलिंग. फॉर दैट इनिशिएटिव मैं एक छोटे जगह से काम स्टार्ट किया. नीलगिरी बालेश्वर करके एक जगह है, राज नीलगिरी करके. इट्स नॉट द सेम नीलगिरी एज तमिलनाडु, इट्स द अनदर राज नीलगिरी नियर बालेश्वर. सो वहाँ पे हार्डकोर माइनिंग हो रहा था, स्टोन माइनिंग, जो कि हमारा डेवलपमेंट वर्क्स हो रहा था, कनेक्टिंग गोल्डन ट्रायंगल्स, कनेक्टिंग रिवर्स, डैम्स, रोड, हाउसेस. तो बहुत लगभग मोर देन 300 स्टोन माइनिंग हो रहा था. देन आई स्टार्टेड वर्किंग. देन आई रियलाइज दैट अर्लियर द bears are there, humans are there, but there were few cases of conflict or interaction, negative interaction between the animal and human beings. But after this sudden change in the environment and destruction, the animals are getting into the human habitation and causing the nuisance. This is where I started working on the sloth bears. They are one of the most notorious in the sense of human being animal in the country. After then elephants, who causes most conflict cases. So उसके बाद मैंने देखा कि वहाँ पे बहुत सारे causes हो रहे हैं. तो there are policies that एक जगह अगर mining होता है, there are some certain protocols that आप इसके forest के इतने range में नहीं कर सकते, आप इसके time के इसके में कर सकते हैं, इसके टाइम बियॉन्ड नहीं कर सकते माइनिंग. फिर उसके बाद माइनिंग टू द लेवल कर सकते हैं, उसके बाद उसको फिल करके पेड़ लगाना होता है. बट द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ द पॉलिसीज आर रियली हार्ड. they are not, nobody is following. And उसके बाद जो भी कर रहे हैं, they are plotting some other, not fodder species for the animals. They are planting some timber and means commercial species like eucalyptus, acacia, so that they can get more benefit from them. So working and getting reach to the people who were doing such things, एक सक्सेस स्टोरी हमने डिस्कवर किया विथ सम फंडिंग. देयर आर लॉट ऑफ फंडिंग एजेंसीज. यू डोंट नीड टू put from your pocket. There are cloud fundings, there are other fundings also. They are really want to help you in those things. So I get funding from Rafford Grant, UK, and I started encouraging the youth and children with the community that to stop doing some, we can't close the hole, but we make a limitation to, if you are going into the forest, you have to retrieve the resources sustainably way. ठीक से जैसे हनी लेना है तो कुछ ये से लो, पत्ते तोड़ने तो पेड़ मत काटो पूरा, ट्यूबर लेना है तो ये सीजन में मत लो, ये रॉक मत तोड़ो. तो ऐसे करके जो जहाँ पे रिटेलिएशन किलिंग का था, लगभग हर साल 20 भालू मरते थे एंड एटलीस्ट 50 ह्यूमन बींग्स आर इंजर्ड एंड माउल्ड. अभी वो जगह इतना कम हो गया, जहाँ भी भालू आ जाता है तो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट को कॉल जाता है, रेस्क्यू होता है. सो कम्युनिटी इज द प्लेटफॉर्म थ्रू विच वी कैन सक्सीड. अकेले तो नहीं कर सकते, सब लोग को लेके करना सकता है. सो दिस वॉज द सक्सेस व्हाट आई वांट टू शेयर विथ यू, दैट व्हाट एनिमल्स नीड टू बी डन to save the climate change in a proper way.
Thank you, Prakash bhai, for that wonderful example. Human-wildlife conflict and wonderful example of how community came up to solve that. I strongly believe that community is the first point of contact for anything regarding conservation and climate action. You cannot exclude community from policy, from implementation. If you do that, it is criminal to do that. You will not be able to implement anything, you will not be able to change. We'll now have a quick rapid fire, like you have on the Karan Johar coffee show. We'll have a quick rapid fire, so please do not take more than half a minute, 40 seconds to answer. Be very to the point, because we are running out of time. So I'll quickly go to Neha first. You talked about green jobs and green job market. Could you just quickly expand on that and help us with a few examples? कि क्या होते हैं ये jobs, कैसे हम लोग कर सकते हैं?
Okay, thank you. So green job, basically, as the name suggests, it means that a job that basically, instead of helping to emit carbon, it helps in saving the emissions, right? These jobs are available across multiple sectors. There's a green job even in an oil company, if you know that falls in the realm of helping nature. And you'll be surprised to see that there are hundreds of such jobs available, even to students to intern with, right? And mostly it's the startups who need a lot of resources, a lot of manpower in their early days to test their product, to get it into the market. And when I say startups, all the climate tech startups, or the startups who are trying to produce alternatives which are environment friendly, or to help industries in their processes to reduce the use of the natural resources, or to reduce the use of energy and stuff like that. So these are the kind of green jobs. And eventually every job would be a green job, else we won't be able to save this planet. Does that help? Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Please never hesitate in clapping. Whenever you feel like clapping, clap as much as you can. Thank you. Thanks a lot. The biggest clap is coming from Tathagat sir. Thank you. वर्षा, आपको रेडियो का माध्यम मिला, इससे आपकी आवाज को एम्पलीफाई कर पाए और आप लाखों घरों तक पहुंच पाए. ये जो सामने हमारे ऑडियंस बैठे हैं, ये कैसे अपने आवाज को एम्पलीफाई कर सकते हैं, कैसे अपने काम को एम्पलीफाई कर सकते हैं, उसके बारे में अगर थोड़ा बोल सकें आप.
मुझे लगता है कि मुझसे ज़्यादा मेरे जो युवा साथी यहाँ पे बैठे हैं वो बेहतर तरीके से जानते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से हमने बना रखे हैं ना अपने फ़ोन पे, व्हाट्सएप पे, फैमिली ग्रुप्स, फ्रेंड्स ग्रुप, काफ़ी सारे ग्रुप्स बने हैं ना, और जो ऐसी चीज़ें होती हैं, मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लूँगी, जिन पे हमें ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए, वही सबसे ज़्यादा चीज़ें हम युवाओं को परेशान करती हैं और हम तुरंत से उन चीज़ों को वायरल करने में लग जाते हैं। लेकिन अगर हम ये सोचेंगे कि हमारे जो दादा परदादा थे उस समय पे जब वो छोड़ के गए थे हमारे लिए, तो एक शुद्ध वातावरण छोड़ के गए थे, लेकिन हम सब ने मिलके इसे ख़राब किया। और आगे आने वाली जो पीढ़ी है उनको हम क्या दे के जाएंगे, वो अगर हमारे युवा सोच लेंगे तो वो ज़्यादा, मुझे नहीं लगता कि उनको सोचने की इस पे ज़रूरत पड़ेगी कि हम क्यों ना करें। वो ये सोचेंगे कि हम ज़रूर करेंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से हम प्लान करते हैं कि हमारे घर में ये चीज़ हो, ये हो, फ्रिज हो, टीवी हो, कूलर हो, ये मेरे बेटे का कमरा हो, ये मेरी बहू का कमरा हो, ये मेरे नाती पोता, सबकी प्लानिंग कर लेते हैं। कभी हम सोचते हैं कि हमारे आसपास का वातावरण कैसा होना चाहिए, क्या हम वो नहीं सोच सकते? क्या हमें नहीं लगता कि हमारे आंगन में कितने पेड़ होने चाहिए? हम सबको याद है कोरोना काल का वो समय जब हम शहर से गांव की तरफ भाग रहे थे। हम सबको लग रहा था कि शायद हमें ऑक्सीजन की कमी गांव में महसूस नहीं होगी, क्योंकि गांव में आज भी हरियाली है। तो हम वो काम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? हमें क्यों गांव की तरफ भागना है? हम युवाओं को ये चीज़ें तो खुद से सोचनी चाहिए, हमें किसी के कहने पे कभी चलना ही नहीं चाहिए। मैं आपके सामने बैठी हूँ, ये मत सोचिए, आप सोचिए कि आप और बेहतर क्या कर सकते हैं। आप मुझसे भी आगे जा सकते हैं, आप और बेहतर कर सकते हैं। मैंने 20,000 लोगों को जोड़ा है, आप 40-50,000 लोगों को जोड़ सकते हैं। एक करने का जज्बा आपके अंदर होना चाहिए। जिस दिन आप खुद से ठान लेंगे ना कि आपको ये करना ही है, वो आप जरूर करेंगे। रेडियो की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी उस दिन आपको, मोबाइल फोन ही आपका रेडियो हो जाएगा।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब। तालियां, तालियां। हाँ, तालियों में कंजूसी कर रहे हैं, पीछे वाले ताली बजा ही नहीं रहे हैं। सागर भाई, बहुत क्विकली आप 3 पॉइंट्स और बताना चाहते थे, बस 1, 2, 3 करके जल्दी से बता दीजिए।
हेलो, 3 पॉइंट्स यही था कि एक्चुअली फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल क्लियर व्हाट इज COP27. एक्चुअली you asked her actually. Every year, if I'll simplify what is COP27, every year some big people who are damaging more, they come together, the leaders come together, they draft a policy.
Sagar bhai, sorry, we do not have the time for the long version of
just simply I will tell.
Short question.
Yes, COP27 is they draft a policy, but they don't think about the implementation, which lies with youth. Implementation is always lies with youth. We are the implementation captains. We can implement only. Like we are the implementer, you can say. So COP27 happens every year. Recently it happened actually in Egypt, COP27. So there is a loss and damage fund. They actually come together and they've made a loss and damage fund. So I will personally request everyone who is earning, please make a loss and damage fund for yourself. Like, because you are getting oxygen for free, you are getting this nature for free, you are enjoying all the location for ecotourism, everything you are enjoying for free. You are charging for the services, not for the nature. So please make a loss and damage fund for yourself. Do something with that. Do something. And my 3 points are, if you can reuse something, like you have some clothes, something, like some material, furniture, like anything you have, if you don't want to use it, don't waste it. Don't make it as a waste. Please make sure it should be reused by someone else, or you remodel it and use it for yourself. So that's my first point. Second one is,
जल्दी 2-3 जल्दी कर दियो
2 minutes. Second point is, if you can educate, education is the basic of environment. Whatever you want to talk about climate, environment, that's fine. But first of all, you have to educate people that these are the damage you are doing daily, and you have to rectify that damage. So try to educate your like colleagues, your parents, your friends and neighbors if you can. And the third point is, if you can do a community work, please do it. Please try to make a community with your friends, with your colleagues, with anybody, your family can make a community like your neighbors, and do something in your locality, because we need local awareness. Awareness is the key. So local awareness, and also if you can plant a tree, plant. If you can save our biodiversity, then do that. Anything you can do to save our nature, please do it. That's the 3 points I want.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for taking up the other two panelists' time also. But we'll go to Ayadi quickly and ask her for examples in her experience of policy changes which have been significant, and anything else that you would like to add. Just a quick one. Huh?
Yeah, of course. So one of the major things that we saw at this year's Conference of Parties, which is COP, is that a couple of people from Sri Lanka were talking about how when you think about carbon and carbon sequestering, so fossil fuel ka carbon sequestering is much harder and much more difficult than the carbon dioxide that we exhale, जिसकी बात होती नहीं है, जहाँ तक होती है solutions पे लोग पहुँच नहीं पाते, because it is nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions and anything related to nature is very hard to quantify, because one mantra has always been established in any work we did with the UN is कि climate crisis is a market crisis. Sab kuch is driven by profits, by large companies, MNCs, whatever you call it. It is profits and then it's people. And when you adopt the 5 Ps, which is prosperity, policy, people, perspectives, and all these different things, we as people have to think about ourselves and our communities. But in the end, it is also how we are irregular, how we are unequal. So one of the things that we have focused on again is basically rural and semi-urban, peri-urban areas. यहाँ पे से कितने लोग गांव में रहते हैं, गांव से हैं, गांव में काम करते हैं. I think उसी नंबर से दिख जाएगा कि कितनी ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है हमें वहाँ पे और focus करने की, so that we don't divide amongst ourselves. We are already very divided. That's again one of the major work that MICA and UNICEF does की even in Elcoy. 150 लोग में से 12 लोग मुश्किल से थे और उसमें से 8 लोग माइका और यूनिसेफ ही लाए थे. So this disparity is also something that we are working in. And again, the last point is that life of a policy worker on a voluntary level, on a youth level is again very meager and it's very tough. और किसी को भी जिसको भी जुड़ना है वो किसी भी वे में जुड़ सकता है. In India, again, you have different NGOs, CSOs that are working in different ways. You can do action, you can do policy work, you can write for people, you can be, again, a journalist in media, you can be an architect and talk about what actually is sustainable in vernacular. Is this vernacular? Is this made for the climate and temperature of Odisha? Why do we need these fans and ACs when people living hundreds of years ago did not? And although, of course, they also had heat waves, not probably this pronounced, but how can you as an individual with your own field do something that only you can? As an architect, maybe I can have different pitches. As a mechanical engineer, maybe they can have different pitches. Game designer hota hai yaar. Policy makers do not really need some form of formal education anymore. You can have different coalitions and each and everybody, even the partners, the different sponsors, the different partners, you can ask any of those how you can join them, or you can maybe make your own thing. So it's really up to everybody what they want to do, and I really urge that urgent action is needed and we have to be our own stewards.
Yeah, last words, Prakash bhai. We have already run out of time and I'm not even trying to look at those tables because I'm getting stinky eyes from there. Please, last words.
I want to thank ମୁଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ thank करते चाहूँची आपण माने आसिले on the behalf of the bears and animal. I really appreciate समस्ते patiently and fascinating पूरा बढ़िया audience सब सुनिले. Please मने रखिबे से जिंस भी भूलिबेनी. I think everybody is hungry, so thank you.
So thanks a lot, Prakash bhai, for adhering to the time limit of just 20-30 seconds. Wonderful job done. Big round of applause for everyone on the dais here. I know everybody is hungry and we have overshot the time by quite a significant distance, but in spite of that, I'll take a moment to thank the organizers, Dharitri and the entire family of Dharitri.
Happy birthday again to Dharitri. Adyasa ma'am is here. Tathagat sir, Adyasa ma'am, the entire Dharitri family, thanks a lot for doing something along these lines, thinking about the climate, creating a climate fund. I don't know of any other organization which does this, media or not. I don't know of any other organization. There might be, but I don't know. This selfless act deserves a huge round of applause. Please, everyone in the hall, please give a round of applause to the Dharitri family. A round of applause to the panelists for taking time out, for the panelists in the first panel also, speakers like Soumya, all the environmentalists who are here. But biggest of all, a round of applause for you, the audience, for taking time out, being interested and involved in this, and having pledged to do some specific action after today. So keep that in mind, take that takeout out of here today and do that. Thanks a lot. God bless you. I think Ayadi or somebody said the right thing. Jai Jagannath, right? Varsha. It was Varsha? Yeah. Jai Jagannath. God bless you all. Thanks a lot.
Just one thing maybe, so if anyone of you ever need help figuring out your career in climate space, please do reach out and I'll be more than happy to help anyone here. Yeah. So you can either look at the website of climatecollective.net. We do a lot of innovation programs for students. You can join with us through that, or you can just reach out to me on LinkedIn. My handle is just /Neha Naikwade, the same name printed on the posters here. Or just email me at nehasnaikwade@gmail.com. I hope you get enough means to reach out to me, and I hope you guys choose to have a career in the climate space, meaning be the leaders, start from today, because in 10 years we are going to need leaders like you all. So just start your career probably in this space. Just urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. Thanks to our moderator and panelists for the second session. I would invite Shri Tathagat Satpathy to kindly come on the stage and felicitate our moderator and panelists for the session. So first of all, we are going to felicitate our moderator, Professor Surya Narayan Mishra, the Assistant Professor, KIIT School of Management. Thank you for agreeing to be the moderator of our session. Now we will felicitate Ms. Neha Shivaji Naikwade, Lead Climate Data Program, Climate Collective, UN Youth Climate Leader. We are very happy that you agreed to be the panelist. Thank you for your time. We would like to felicitate Ms. Varsha Raikwar, environmentalist and a very popular radio jockey. Thank you for doing your job very well, and thank you for joining us today. Now let us felicitate, sir, the author, our panelist, Mr. Sagar Pradhan. Many congratulations on your great job, and thank you for joining us as our panelist. I would request Shri Satpathy to felicitate climate activist, computational designer, Ms. Ayadi Mishra. Ms. Mishra, we are very happy that you said yes to us to be our panelist, and this is for you. Now we will felicitate our panelist, biologist, Mr. Prakash Mardaraj. We are very happy to have you, Mr. Mardaraj, as our panelist. Thank you for joining our occasion. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, our editor, Dharitri and Odisha Post, sir, for doing the honor. Now, Dharitri Youth Conclave, Power of Youth in Climate Change, could not have been possible without the help of our sponsors and partner friends. I would like to name them and thank them. Odisha Mining Corporation Limited, Odisha Tourism Development Corporation, Jindal Steel and Power, Vedanta Limited, AMNS India, JSW Steel Limited, National Aluminium Company Limited, KT Global School, EVOS Buildcon Private Limited, Paradeep Phosphates Limited, ORI Homes, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, Imfa, Jindal Stainless Limited, Aditya Birla Group, Tata Steel, partners, Youth for Water, Bakul Foundation, Expose Advertising, Odisha Local, UNICEF for Every Child, OES, Water Initiatives. Our media partner, Odisha Post. Our outdoor partner, Ajanta Advertiser. A big round of applause for all our sponsors and partner friends. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch. And after that, all of our student speakers are going to speak at once, as in one after another. And then Shri Ranjan Panda is going to sum it up. And of course, Mr. Vashu Dixit is going to join us once again. So let us wait and let us enjoy together. Then we will all leave after a great afternoon tea.
Nobody to leave. You can only leave and go outside, have lunch and come back.
Yes.
Nobody to leave. Because Shobna madam said, then we will leave. Nobody to leave.
That has started. Okay. After lunch, you can visit our exhibition also that is ready by the pool. So after having your lunch, you can go interact with our environmentalists and all climate warriors, and there is the exhibition ready. So you can all have a networking lunch. Enjoy, everybody.
Check, 1, 2.